I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Congress by thousands of his supporters. But his accusers say you have to go back a couple of months to last November's presidential election.
We know there was massive fraud.
That was a rigged election.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win.
Trump lost, but refused to admit it. Not only that, but when the state of Georgia was getting ready to hold a second round of voting to settle two very close Senate races, Mr. Trump is accused of trying to intervene illegally.
I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
It all came to a head on January the 6th, when Congress was due to confirm the results of the presidential election. In a long, bitter speech, Mr. Trump railed against the entire election process.
We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell,
What a stormy morning today. Got up to heavy rainfall, thunder. Wow. Getting a little bit of rainfall going on here. Quite a bit, actually. I always say I hate getting up this early, but I do. That's just it. It doesn't mean I only get up once. I'll wake up at some point overnight, fall back asleep again. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. There's been so much Trump shit in the news. You can't even stay away from it. And, you know, curiosity makes you look and listen and learn. He's got to be one of the most corrupt U.S. presidents in history. The most narcissistic, self-centered asswipe president we've ever had. But again, in all fairness, you voted for him. So if you have a problem with me talking about him, well, you just don't listen. That's all I can tell you. But he will go down in history as being the worst president the United States has ever had, and probably the most embarrassing to the American people ever, that they voted for him. That's the crazy thing. They voted for this tyrant, this dictator. Well, I got the right to talk about him. You guys pumped him up with the MAGA and all that shit. Well, you know, reality faces its day. My own made-up statement. Reality faces its day. But this guy, he's totally out of control. He's losing his mind, or has completely lost it already. Hiding various medical and psychological conditions. Nobody goes for an MRI for nothing. Remember that. As quoted by many news reporters, you don't go for an MRI for nothing. For his brain. That's a special order test. I had to go for an MRI or something similar to determine, you know, things like a kidney stones. This is a reason that you're going to get imaging. There's a reason. You don't go, you know, oh, let me just, let's go check this out. Unless you're going to check out your carotid artery or something for plaque or something, sure. It's also a wise thing to do, which I haven't done. I'm trying to find a lab that'll do it. But nevertheless, for preventive maintenance, sure, you could go and have imaging done if you suspect something, but nobody's going to tell the president to go for an MRI unless there's something going on. Something going down in Funky Town. Anyway, I get kind of tired of talking about President Trump, really. But he is in the news, and a lot of people's livelihoods actually depend on President Trump. The difference, on Thanksgiving, for example, you've had Biden in the past and a lot of his constituents that were out on Thanksgiving passing out meals. But Trump, not even close. He gets up at 3 in the morning and he's tweeting hateful things on Twitter, whatever they call it these days. I don't think the man could even sleep. But you also can imagine the pressure that he's under, too. He's being attacked from all angles. He can no longer come up with any witty little comebacks other than lies. But okay, I'm still talking about him. Sorry. Alrighty. Well, anyway, we do got a stormy morning here. I am definitely up. I've been up, unfortunately, for about the past 35 minutes or more. I wake up early. Good or bad? Well, I say bad because everybody needs to get at least 8 hours sleep a night, no matter what age you are. But, you know, what they say, it is what it is. As Popeye like. Oh, by the way, good morning, Popeye. Well, it's morning my time. It's early evening your time. I don't know, you missed simulcasting my yesterday's live show. Did you have a heart attack or something? We wouldn't want that to happen. No. Pardon me, I'm multitasking here. I'm actually cleaning off my, I tell you, I don't stop. Cleaning off my little living room table here that people seem to treat like it's a whatnot shelf. I don't even want to show you what's even on this table because you wouldn't believe it. Oh, why not? Let me show you what's on this table. This is a little dining room table. You got a hand exerciser, which I wasn't using at the time. We got some baby wipes. We got a nail station here for doing nails. We got some little pads for taking off, I don't know what the hell, from a pedicure session that my girlfriend had. We got a box for a shaver for the dogs, you know, one of those hair cutting things. Right. And what's this? Okay. We got somebody's reading glasses here. That's why I've been had baby wipes in here, so I'm cleaning off the table. It seems that any flat surface in this house is going to be an ideal place to just lay something down, no matter what the fuck it is. No feng shui or feng shua, whatever you call it here. I guess I'm one of these people, not fanatic about it, but I like things to be in order, like order in the court. You got to take order in your life too. I've seen people put their feet on the table here. They'll eat on here. Well, okay, I've done that. I've set my plates on here sometimes. But this is not necessary. Come on. Come on now. Look at this. There's a place for everything. All right? There we go. Okay. Now I got that out of the way. I'm glad this is here. I got to start using that again. Maybe I'll leave this out because I do use it, but I didn't leave it on the table. There we go. Yeah, still raining out there. Apparently there were a lot of videos out there. A lot of people have been posting. We got this guy who kind of looks down, at least it seems that way to me. It's at least my interpretation. A guy on here who, again, he's doing one of these redundancy type shows on how much does it cost to live in the Philippines. You know, when I hear that, you know I'm going there. You know I'm going to comment on the show. He's trying to make his way in the YouTube world. The guy is paying $50K. He's living in a fancy downtown condo with all the amenities. He's paying $50K per month. Eats out often. He comes on a show with a black kind of a dress shirt with a watch, of course, looking very businesslike. He's talking about what people should be living on in the Philippines while he's on his high horse and his velvet throne. Not all foreigners can pay $50,000 a month. The average Filipino, I mean, good for him is what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong, okay? Don't get me wrong, but he's over there preaching on what he thinks what people could live on. And most foreigners that come out here, they're not paying no $50,000 a month on rent. That ain't gonna happen. Most. And he talks about his budget. Eats out often, lives a certain lifestyle. He comes from Miami. I don't know what kind of business he was in. But he claims he paid only, $1,500 a month rent in Miami, 2 bedrooms. Now don't get me wrong. If you're in a great position like that, you could afford to pay, that's a lot of money for Philippines. 50,000 pesos a month. 50,000 pesos a month. That's a lot of money for an apartment. But then he runs the air conditioner almost 24/7, eats out often, dresses like a businessman. I think the guy's kind of out of place. But it's not the average. It's not the norm. 50,000 a month. I don't know. Maybe he's living at the Marco Polo or something. No, he's central. No, he's central Cebu. He wouldn't be at the Marco Polo. But he likes to boast about all his amenities and so forth, and he's kind of talking down his nose to people who could certainly not afford to pay that kind of rent, and giving advice on how much you could live on per month. The same old story, gag me with a spoon already. I'm going to have to keep that spoon in my mouth because I'm getting gagged quite a bit on here, some of the shit that I hear. He's in a whole different world than the average person. Hello, Snappy Tom. Saying what? You living the good life there, 50,000 a month? I don't pay any rent. I don't pay any rent at all. I haven't really had a chance. It's up early to go through whatever I haven't seen that was been posted on YouTube that it might be interesting. But he said, I made a buck. And what did you do for a living or doing for a living? No, I have nothing against if somebody has money. Nothing at all. And actually, if you're retired, you should live the lifestyle that, you know, it's not really, well, you see, Filipinos, they're rich ones. They're, it's not all poverty here. You see a lot of it, but it's not all poverty here. But still, I think a lot of Filipinos resent these foreigners come in. They could barely, make a few thousand pesos a month. And you get this foreigner, you understand how they look at some of the foreigners sometimes. They figure that they all have money, but they see them living in high style in a high-rise condo, paying $50,000 a month. And that's just on rent. And most Filipinos don't make 50,000 pesos a month. That's not the norm. No, it's not. I can see why there's some resentment in some ways. I'm not knocking, saying someone can't come here and live a good life. If they got the money to do it, and they're not going to go broke doing it, and why not? I don't have a problem with that, but when you sort of like looking down your nose at other people, I have a problem with that. That's the only problem I have. You need to live the life that makes you comfortable. After all, this is a hot, humid country. You want to live in a nice, clean, if you have a condo, you want to have a nice, clean, spacious condo if you can afford it. You want to have, good air conditioning. You want to have access to the finest restaurants, to eat at. Some people are very picky what they eat. I'm actually very picky. But would I pay 50,000 pesos a month for rent out here? Oh, definitely not. I was looking at these high-rise in Hong Kong that went on fire. I have a thing about, it's one thing to stay in a condo for overnight or a few nights or something, you're visiting Cebu or wherever you're going. But to live in a condo high-rise, no, that would be kind of scary between earthquakes and possibility of fires. Looking in Hong Kong, that fire in these couple of buildings there, they're not totally figuring how it started yet. So there's a lot of disaster going on there right now. There's been deaths, there's been people missing, animals dead, some people dead. And living in a tower, living in something like that, it's kind of scary. It really is. But you want to bet on the odds or whatever, if that happening to you, if you lived, shit happens when it happens. There's no control about it. You have no control at all. And a lot of times, a lot of condos throughout the world, not just here, it's every, are built on silt, really. They're not built on a stable base. They're built, well, in Philippines, you have a lot of places that are built on reclamation areas, which used to be ocean. That water don't just disappear. It makes its way in. If you have a lot of rain going on all the time, it's going to loosen up the ground. So it's really kind of a scary situation to live, but people don't see that. They don't realize this is reclaimed land, whatever. It's created land where there was water. And that's the danger point. I know in Seattle, the waterfront area, downtown, if you're standing in the waterfront, It's a popular area. Tourists come down. They have a lot of little shops and curiosity shops, and it's nice just to walk by the pier and all that. When you turn around and you look at all these condo buildings in the background, which is not terribly far from the water, but that was all built on kind of like silt. And if there's a serious earthquake, in which, Seattle is due for yet another one, those buildings are all going to come down with the people in it. I guess they don't think about that when they build places like this. So, condo to stay in it for a little bit? Yeah, okay. I thought about it in the past. Should I be living in Cebu, a big city, close to hospitals and all that shit? Well, there's a trade-off, like anything. Where are you going to live in the city? It's going to be some apartment, a condo or something. I mean, you want to go to the outskirts of the city, you might be able to find a house. Sure, you could. There are. But it's more convenient to live right in the city. But if you want to deal with the pollution, the noise, and it's all fine. You get in your building and you come out and you're into reality. You walk into third world. So you're in a modern building, a modern tower, and it feels like first world. Come back out again, you're back into third world, and you're faced with the horrible noise, the pollution. But you can still hear that in the towers, though. I've been in buildings in the 40-something floor or whatever, and you can still hear the traffic. They don't really soundproof these buildings anyway, Fuck, you could hear dogs barking from the 40-something floor. You would hear roosters. Everywhere, roosters. Okay. Anyway, we're still kind of waking up here. No, the gossip is starting with Tesla Edison here. I confirmed very strongly that Barry and Dex are talking. What is he going to get out of that? She ain't making no money. Why is he interested in her? And why would she be interested in him? He ain't got a dime. Absolutely. I bought a place in IT Park. Oh, the message is going too fast here. Absolutely, I bought a place in IT Park, 2-bedroom condo. You can still hear the noise, man. What's his interest in her, anyway? Condos are good because you can go on vacation and not worry about break-ins. Oh, that's not necessarily true. No. That's not necessarily true. Well, you feel probably safer there than you would in a house, probably, especially in a big city. Yeah, I'll agree with you on that. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I've considered condos in the past. In fact, I've gone well beyond considering. I won't get into that, but it just wasn't a good idea. But I think if you're really getting very elderly, a condo might be the choice for you in a safe building. And you're close to all the amenities and hospitals and all that shit. I mean, speaking of conveniences, they got these condos that are attached to Ayala Mall and places like that. You don't even have to go into the outside world to go shopping. You can go right from your building, press the elevator button to a certain level, and that'll, get you walked over to the Ayala Mall, where you could have, you could eat out, lunch, breakfast, dinner, get all the amenities are there, supermarkets and all that stuff. Some people don't even leave their condos. So to some, that would make sense. But is that, you're going to spend your life encapsulated in a condo building? You're not going to wander out into the streets and walk around and whatever you need to do. Then again, walk around and see what. God, I can almost understand it, really. Well, especially if you're elderly. Where are you going to go? Well, you could get a grab cab or something and do something, I guess. But, I don't know who's been in Cebu or not, on here, but it's really not that exciting of a place. I mean, I like Cebu, but it's really not that exciting of a place. I mean, if you're new here, you want to go see the statues, you want to go see the churches, you want to see the typical sights that tourists see. But then once you've seen it all, you've seen it, it's over. There's not much to do in Cebu unless you just like to go out dining. Oh, yeah, well, yeah. Dining? Yeah, there's all kinds of restaurants and stuff out. Absolutely. You can do that, and of course the malls, a lot of people spend a lot of time in the malls, and I understand it's something to do. And especially if you're elderly too, or you're senior, you're retired. You go hang around the mall because you get bored. You sit there, you want to have a cup of coffee and a donut or something. And there might be some other elderly people around there you could talk to. You always find somebody to talk to at a coffee shop if you're just social enough. And yeah, that's, it would be considered people's social life to do that. Remember when you blocked Region? That was funny. I blocked a lot of people. Okay, what's this? I'm missing some comments here. Stefan says, just for the cost of effectiveness, you're spending $600 to $700 a month and plan on staying here in the Philippines. Buy a place, especially a condo where a foreigner can own it. You never own anything, really. You think you do. If the country wanted to take that condo away from you, they could take it away from you just like that. For whatever reason. You don't really own anything. And if you don't pay taxes on something, you're going to lose it too. Okay, so according to how you look at things, you never really own anything. I've had 3 houses in my life, and I don't truly own it. Nor does my partner, because if you don't pay the taxes and things like that, it can take it away from you. In fact, if the government wanted to reclaim the house and land, for some reason, for some crazy reason, they could turn around and do that anytime they want. Just like that. Snap of a finger. They could take your house away and land. Well, if they want to widen the roads over here, where I live, it's been very controversial. Hold on, I gotta put something on here. Okay, here we go. Where I live on this block, there's always a lot of talk about paving all the roads and widening them. Now, that would involve, having to encroach on their land. That means that, whatever fencing or walls they had up would have to come down. Good morning, wet morning here. It's subsided a little bit. It's just showering now, but very wet. For example, here, my wall, if they wanted to widen this road instead of going that way in the field, which I hope they would, and they wanted to come in, they could come in here, they could knock down my whole wall. If they needed another foot or two in space, they could do that too. They could do what they want. Where is Pennywise? I don't know. Yeah, it was a very wet morning. came down, thunder. See, I don't mind a periodical heavy rainfall. I don't. It's good for the water aquifer. I do have a well out here. I hate well water, I will tell you that. You don't know what the fuck is in it. That's why you got a shock treatment it. But that's the problem. That powdered chlorine, that's in there, that you put in there, and you got to run it through the pipes for a while, but still the chlorine remains in there. And you could get it on your skin. And actually you could stain some clothing because it actually takes a while to dissipate. Chlorine will kill any germs, any bacteria, stuff like that, but, it's still in your water tank until you go through another cycle, and that has to go through your pipes, to your shower and everything else. There's still a lot of chlorine. It's concentrated. Powder, what you want to do is heat up some water in a bucket, and you want to pour this chlorine, granulated, in there, stir it up, then you throw it into your well. Well. And then you want to run your water. You want to get the flow going and all that stuff. You want to get it through your pipes. You want to get it to circulate around. Run your faucets. Flush your toilets, run your shower. You'll smell it. You'll smell a little bit of it. But sometimes a lot of it hangs around. And we've actually seen some of our clothing that had some stains on it from doing this process. But it is a necessary process you have to do, though. 15 watching here and 9 watching Popeye. Oh, Popeye, you're losing it. Of course he missed a day, though. Shame on you, Popeye. You missed a day. You missed yesterday. And you missed an interesting show, too. You're losing it, Popeye. You're falling behind. Maybe the old boy wasn't feeling good. Or maybe he's in a drunken stupor. Very interesting. I was watching how they were making the Titanic movie. That's been all over the internet. People have been posting that. Really interesting shit, man. How each scene was done in there, man. That was some good stuff. Always had an interest in the movie industry and how they create these scenes. And people think it's done just like that, but one scene could take them a week or more to create. It's not easy. What they went through to do Jaws, and that was during a time that they had no AI, none of that shit. They had to create that shark, and boy, did they have problems. They had several of them. And one side of the shark you didn't see. It was completely open, so they could get into it to correct anything that got fucked over by the salinity of the water. There was so many things that went on. That was interesting to watch, too, on how they make Jaws. It was nothing but a disaster. It was a disaster movie kind of thing, but it was a pain in the ass making that movie and how long they had to work making it 14 hours a day, and they had to redo shit all the time. They had to come up with some really creative mind. They didn't have all this AI and shit and crap that they have now. This was hard work. This was extremely hard work making that movie. It turned out to wind up being a blockbuster. They made very good on them. They made very good on the movie. But making that movie was a nightmare. You'd have to watch it. They just punch in like the making of Jaws. How did they do it? Not everything you see is done so easily. Here we go. Gotta get that tea going, boys. Some things don't change. Now, what can we say to Popeye this morning? Well, first of all, how are you? Have you ever been to Hawaii? I did. I lived there 15 years. I had a house there. Popeye, did you ever have a house in Hawaii? Instead of, doing a quit claim deed with your mommy to get the house that you're living in? I heard you need to maintain the place. But I understand you're immobile, so you can't really do that. And you certainly don't want to spend the money to have somebody, mow the lawn and do, certain required things that most people who own homes do. Shame on you, man. Now, what were you doing that was so exciting that you couldn't simulcast me yesterday? What happened? What happened? You missed it. Something had to happen. Did your liver give out or something, or what happened? But you're back in action this morning, aren't you? God bless you. God bless you. How does it feel that your favorite president is in the sewer? How does it feel? You wearing your MAGA hat, or did you retire it? Eating that dish of crow? Well, unfortunately, you're your main man. Going downhill fast, physically, mentally, politically, socially, morally. You voted for him. You certainly did. Oh, God. Don't even get me started with Trump again. I started off with that. I do watch what's going on with Trump. I've never been so involved with getting updates on the buffoonery that this president is performing and showing the American people of how his brain is a little bit sleepy. Never mind sleepy Joe Biden that he liked to coin the phrase for. Now it's sleepy Trump. Haven't seen him wearing that MAGA hat, though. Have you seen him wearing that MAGA hat? No, I haven't seen him. He's not wearing a MAGA hat anymore. Probably neither are his supporters. They're all embarrassed and red-faced now, aren't they? Aren't they, Popeye? I remember Popeye saying, Frank, don't even vote. Well, you know what? You're mostly right. It's very rare that I voted living in the United States. And why is that? Why is that? You're going to ask Popeye. Because I never trusted any of them. I don't want to just indiscriminately vote for anybody, even if it's a Democrat. I don't trust any politician. Because if they fuck up, I know that my vote, voted for somebody who's going to fuck up royally. I don't trust any politicians in the United States. Good morning, Expat Forever. You're always late. Good golly. But Popeye's not late. He's out there simulcasting me right now. But he wasn't there yesterday, though. No, sir. He was not there yesterday. Shame on you. Okay, now I'm going to get fresh lemon here because I don't know, that shit that we have laying around is getting old. I've been using that in my tea. You got a shitload of it. It looks like huge calamansi or whatever you call it. And they were good for a while, but they're getting kind of funky looking right now. So I got a nice fresh lemon. Let's compare. And some of these, well, this is different. I might add this too. This is passion fruit. That'll sweeten it up, but see, we got some fresh lemons, but she was given a shitload of this. That's what I've been using. Looks like lime, right? It's still good. But this time I'm going to use it. I'm going to use we got one here, right? I'm going to use a nice fresh lemon. I know it's a fucking lemon, not a lime. I don't know what the difference is except for color. I didn't study limeology or lemonology, Popeye. That favorite moment when I squeeze it out, Popeye. That's your moment when I squeeze it out. You ready, Popeye? Come on, grab onto your cock. We're gonna squeeze one out for you. You ready? There's a release. Semen for a semen. Get it? There you go. Look at that. Oh my God. I don't know. Popeye's all dried out. I don't think he could even do that. The desert comes out of him when he rubs one off. Ooh, we're getting on him this morning. Oh, look at that, Popeye. The release. Oh my goodness. I even got the strength to squeeze the lemon to do this. Do you have that? But you got carpal tunnel in your wrist from jacking off all the time. Here we go. One more. One more. There's that release. Look at that. Ambrosia. Ambrosia. More. Look at that. More. Oh. Wasn't that a great release, Popeye? Wasn't that a great release? How about it, folks? Was that a great release or what? You scrolled up, Popeye came on your stream. Jay was at a mini mart buying, of course. What else is he going to do, bro? He can't go without liquor of any kind for any period of time, ever. I got my own habit. I can understand to a point, but this guy's extreme. This guy's extreme. Ginger, some ginger here. Gotta put the ginger in this morning. Oh, be careful. It's really loose. Oh, okay, that's okay. Okay. Now I gotta stir this puppy up, and we're ready to go. Did you like that release of the lemon, Popeye? Did you like that? Did it make you salute the flag again? Did you wear your MAGA hat with that one? Stir that puppy up. Pure ambrosia, Popeye. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I better not talk that way. He's gonna get too horny. If he was here, he'd start to mount me or something. Get that dog away from me. Oh, welcome aboard, folks. Welcome aboard. It has stopped raining with the dawn here, and that's the way it happens. When it's dark out, it rains. You get the marine air. Marine air that comes in here from the ocean. It was a good soaking, though. God. Everybody went home again to Cebu, so we got some peace around here, except for the two kids. It was just too busy around here. And a lot of cleanup after them, constantly. Again, I'm going to show what I mean about the table. I just showed you the living room table and what was on there. Okay, let's look at the dining room table. We use these old wine bottles. We love them because they're glass, and we use it for cold water. Okay, they left it on here. I don't know. I guess some shomai was in here. Left it there. Somebody's drinking cup. And the seasoning here. What they did with this. Hydrocortisone. And I don't know what the fuck this is. It's a charger of some sort. Nice place. Nice place. Just put it on the fucking dining room table, will you? Come on. Add more. Then we go to the other table in the room here. Got a cleaning rag here, which they didn't even use. Look at it. Look, come on. Look at this. Look at it. We got a nail thing here, salon paws. What's this? Some Korean shit. Her daughter is into a lot of Korean stuff. I have no idea what this is. For nails. None of this shit belongs on here. Glass, dirty. Okay. Enough bitching about that. Uncle Frank could be here to clean it all. Dishes left in the sink. I don't leave dishes in the sink. This is that stuff that goes with the shomai. It's quite spicy, but it's good. No, it's so easy just to clean this out and put it away, right? Well, they won't do that. Pieces of packaging from something that was open on the counter. All right, this is a mess I just created, but I will be cleaning it up. I'll do my part. That'll be thrown out. But now we used to have a garbage bag, but no more, because they want us to segregate everything. So everything winds up on the sink, and I left the responsibility to her. I said, I'm not sorting all this shit out. We used to be able to throw everything in one thing in a sack outside and tie it up, and they'd come and take it up the corner. But now they want everything segregated. That means that food's going to be left around here. We're just going to throw shit on the counter until someone goes and sorts this out and figures out what's plastic and what's this and what's that. Frankie, you're mine. You remember Gene Wilder and Stir? Of course I remember Gene Wilder. You're going to tell me I look like Gene Wilder? Is that the next statement? I like Gene Wilder. Well, what about him? Yes, the answer is yes. I know who Gene Wilder is. Good morning, dear. There's my little special blossom. Up early as usual for me, anyway. Well, it was raining hard, wasn't it? Did you hear it? The thunder? My God. By the way, you look like an angel this morning. You look like an absolute angel. You're beautiful even when you sleep. Why is that? Why are you so beautiful? Yeah, look at the eye here. Such a beautiful woman. Such a precious thing. Oh, my God. My God. My God. My God. Papa only wishes he has something like this. I'm not going to show her in bed. She's clothed, but smile of an angel. An angel. My God. One day, Popeye, one day. But you can't live your life, Popeye, vicariously through me and what I have. You just can't do that. It's not good for you to do that kind of shit. Go out there and experience life, man. Get a real woman, fur and all. Yeah. Get a real woman. You won't be as bitter, for God's sakes. Oh, gosh, man. What about Gene Wilder, anyway? You trying to say I'm stir crazy, or what? Or shell-shocked? I can't whistle. I tell you, man, I was the #1 whistler, man. I'm not joking. It's a true story. Ever since I got my teeth capped, I could whistle the good, bad, and the ugly. A lot of really top songs that maybe you heard whistling done, Western movies, stuff like that. I was able to do that. It's a shame. It's a goddamn shame. I just can't whistle anymore. It was a gift. It was a gift. Pretty professional whistling, actually. Not always perfect, but pretty damn good. Except I can't make any money off whistling. But yeah, ever since I got my teeth capped, and notice I said teeth, because I have teeth. Teeth, Popeye, teeth. Barry, teeth. God, it's just wet. No dry That's for damn sure in the Philippines. No drought this year. I was able to even whistle that song, for Titanic. The good, the bad, and the ugly, and all that shit. Can't do it anymore. The world is at a loss. Oh well. Sometimes you gain something, sometimes you lose it. Oh, here's something funny. Jim, Gasian Adventures over there in Cambodia. I gotta get a haircut. I think it's just to be around people. He hardly has any hair to get cut. He goes, I'll tell you, I could grow a full beard overnight. Well, if I was taking the testosterone and the roids that he takes, yeah, I would imagine so. But unfortunately, it's not helping his hair on his head. That's a Gone Girl, like the movie Gone Girl. That's it. Tell you, I got a million of them. All right, what about Gene Wilder? Now you got me going on this. What about Gene Wilder? You're asking me about Gene Wilder. Did you look like Gene Wilder or something? Or I have no idea. All right, we can get off Gene Wilder. My tea is still too hot to drink here. That's underhanded with my tongue. It's not like a straight out whistle where you pucker your lips. There's two types of whistling, if you didn't know that. The first kind, the most common type, is where you pucker your lips. And then there's another way where you're not puckering your lips. You're actually using your tongue and your voice box and your... Or overhand. I call it overhand and underhand. I was able to do both. I can't anymore. It's a travesty, I tell you. It's a fucking travesty. Maybe not to you, but to me. I'm a regular songbird compared to being a jailbird. Barry. Oh, what's the rumor that Big E wants to pay? The word on the street is that Big E wants to get Barry back home. Or you allowed him to stay there for 2 3/4, almost 3 years. I mean, what are you waiting for? I think secretly he wants Barry to suffer, but he doesn't want to admit it on here. No, he don't. Snappy Tom says, Frank, Jim is saying that he's 54 years old. He could be, but he doesn't look it. I always said he looks like he's about 68. Always showing off his muscles, but there's something with those roids he's taking or something that it's not doing him any mercy on his external, his skin and his aging process for some reason. You would think differently with the testosterone, this and that, but he's doing something wrong. But I think it's the drinking that makes him look old. It's the drinking. I cannot see this testosterone doing it. I don't even know about, the roids may have something to do with it, but I think that it's having to do with his excessive drinking. That'll age people pretty fast. I would have to go with that. If I had a list and choice there, you got the drinking, the testosterone, and the roids, I'd have to say it's the drinking. He's so proud of how he looks at 54. Shit, I look younger than him, and I'm 71 and counting. He's 54 and I'm 71 and I look better than him? He's doing something wrong. He's got to be doing something wrong. This is too hot to drink. Let me see. It's just about the right temperature. Otherwise, you'll burn your esophagus. I don't want to do that. Some people age well. Apparently Popeye hasn't. What do you want me to talk about today, Popeye, that's going to, kind of turn you on, brother, my fellow brethren? No, in all seriousness, I give you a lot of shit about Popeye and all that stuff, but, in It's such a sad story with him, though. And he's just one of the prime examples here on YouTube of people that are just total fucking losers in every fucking way. Oh, sure, they got a house that's housing them and all that. That's their plus. How they got it, that's another story. Like, he didn't earn it with his own money and bought it. He got it from mommy. Didn't you, Robert? You got it from mommy. He could afford to go out and buy a house like that in Florida. Not that it's fancy. The last value I seen on that was tops, 300,000 tops. I think when he acquired the house from his mommy, it was worth something like 160,000 or something. Nothing fancy for Florida, Jim was telling Democrats to get so funny. Oh, they're getting it up the ass. All the Republicans are really getting it up the ass. Come on, they are. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, I don't care which party you are. You got it. Well, you're not going to admit it to me, but you have to, you admit it to yourself that Trump is really fucking up royally. For his term in office so far, he is really fucking up. He will never make it through his whole term. He's either going to be taken in a white jacket to an insane asylum, or he's going to drop dead of one of his diseases. Maybe he got sick from injecting himself with a bug spray that time when the COVID came or something. I don't know. Poops is QAnon. What's that? QAnon. I'm not sure. So Jim was telling Democrats to get off his show. Just like fucking Barry from his jail cell. You remember when Breavis came over and gave Barry a MAGA hat? Oh my God. Barry was so proud. It was a defining moment in his life. And then, not to mention the brisket that Brevis brought over, and Barry gave one of his rebel yells. His hillbilly yells. That was golden. That was golden. Wonder what Barry's looking like these days. He's either fatter than he was last time we saw him on camera, which he was huge. The guy needed the fucking zip code. Or he's emaciated. It's going to be one or the other. Now, you could gain more weight from inactivity, but apparently he's been doing the Superman thing. He's been lifting weights. He said he's got big biceps now, and we'd all like to see that. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that. Send us a picture of your biceps, Barry, of your new physique. I know one damn thing. If they had exercise equipment in there, and if they didn't, I'd be doing exercise every fucking day. I wouldn't stop doing my exercise. Oh, hell no. You'll just deteriorate in that environment. If the fucking bacteria and the disease in there don't kill you, if the food don't kill you, if the water you drink isn't contaminated, don't kill you or make you sick, something will. Maybe one of the inmates will annihilate him because he has a big fucking mouth. Snappy says, remember when Obama rocked up to TGIF wearing his famous yellow pants? Was it yellow he was wearing? It's been a while. I don't remember what he was wearing, to be honest with you. I really don't. It's very observant of you, actually. No, I don't remember. Yellow pants? He wore yellow. Hey, I get better than that. He would wear pajama bottoms walking outside. He'd go outside. Outside of jail, He would wear pajama bottoms because he didn't have much clothing. Yeah, he wore to a bar. I have an old video somewhere that he's in a bar, being cocky as he normally is, trying to hit on the women, and he was wearing like a plaid type of pajama bottoms in a bar. He went outside with pajama bottoms on. So is Popeye going to be able to have a new special this year of Obama's incarceration? I don't know. I hear that word on the street is that, the Good Boys Club, the High Roaders, were going to bail him out. That's what I heard. I won't believe it until I see it. Are they finally giving in? Well, you know what that's all about? Do you know what that's all about? He's almost only dude that wears yellow. That's how I remember. Okay, well, good memory on that. See, if Big E bails him out of his situation, it's for the purpose of smacking me in the face, saying that he's not going to spend a Christmas in there. I got you, Frank, on this one. He's going home before Christmas. Is he really? And how would that be a smack in the face to me? Please tell me. As Barry likes to say, please tell me. Do explain to me. How is that a victory? Oh, of course, they're going to use it as a victory marker, of course. They're going to say, oh, yeah, we got Barry out. Then Popeye wouldn't be able to do his Popeye special. Oh, God forbid he couldn't do that. But how is that a mud thrown in my face if he's released by Christmas? The dude spent almost 3 years incarcerated. How is that a win for Barry? Do explain to me. How is that a win? How is that a win for Big E and the High Road Club to get him released for Christmas? Released to what is the first question. To go to the airport? To go back home to Alabama just to be retrieved at the immigration station because of possible warrants for his child support and bench warrants he has out for him still? How is that a win situation? Please, feel free to tell me. If you got any idea how it's a win, my viewers, tell me how it might be a win for Barry. I don't see any winning at all for either one of these goobers. Do tell. Speak up. You could do that on my show. There's no winning for Barry at all. There never has been any winning for him this whole time. But he doesn't show appreciation for what I've done for him, though. I know you say, Frank, you got him incarcerated. What do you mean, appreciation? Well, as I explained the other day, that, we agreed to not go to full court hearing, which would have dragged out for another 2 fucking years. And Barry didn't understand that whatever decision the judge is going to make might have not been good, because number one, he's going to have all the time he's been serving, so far, and then how long would it take till the end of the court trial? Could be another 2 years. He would still be in there. That would make almost 5 years or whatever. And then if he gets a sentence put on him for 10 years, then he'd be incarcerated for a total of 15 fucking years. I did him a favor. But nobody thanks me for that. Nobody thanks me for that. Sure, I could have carried this out. Why spend the extra money? Let him plead guilty like he did. Of course, he thought he was going home after that, but he got fooled. Got fooled again. Dun. Sometimes people just don't think. They think they know all the answers, but they don't know shit. They don't know diddly squiddly. Let's have a nice show here. My God. I gotta admit, though, we got so many characters on it. We got some new characters now, all lying through both sides of their mouth. Redundancy beyond belief. Oh, the redundancy. Well, a lot of years has gone by. People have been on YouTube, and you can talk about so much about the Philippines, the cost of living and all that shit, but it gets old, man. That's why you don't hear me talking about it that much, because there's really not much to report, except, yes, there is inflation, and yeah, it's kind of going up in prices in the Philippines. That's all you can really say as far as how much. The same old fucking shit. How much does it cost to live in the Philippines? And this new guy who has money, guy that pays $50,000 a month in rent, who's kind of well off in his own way, looking down at people, don't live his condo lifestyle, eating out 5 days a week and nice restaurants and all that stuff. Not everybody can do that. Looking down his nose, not everybody can live that way. But What kills me is the redundancy on this shit. You know, maybe I'm looking for somebody to listen to. Maybe they changed their, change their topic matter or something. And you could be the biggest troll in the world. But I'll tell you something that you don't know about me. I'm willing to listen to even the biggest troll in the world. If they had something, I may hate their guts. But if they got something interesting to talk about, I'm willing to listen and learn if it's something I don't know. But I don't find that. All the famous players on here. Jim. Then you got the other fucking guy in Dumageddon. Mike's Philippines retirement. Oh my God, the redundancy on that guy. Same players, same bullshit talk. Just another day, another show. And you lose views that way. Then you say, oh, I don't know, I'm unhappy with the algorithm. Something's going wrong here. I don't know what it is. Because you're boring. Because you're boring. YouTube is not doing anything bad to you. They're not after you. They're not getting even with you for some reason. They don't like your voice or something. It's your topic matter is boring, and they're losing viewerships left and right. There's the answer. It's not that complicated. Me, I don't give a shit how many viewers I have. Not being monetized, I don't have to worry about that shit. Because you become enslaved to your monetization. That's the problem. Then you find that you have to do more and more and more and more shows to keep up with the Joneses. That's a lot of your personal time. But then again, they got a lot of time on their hands. I understand that. Me, I already tell you, I definitely got a lot of time on my hands. I don't make any excuses, Pops. Every Man Has a Story's widow is now doing interviews on the channel. Whatever gets it going, I guess. That's how you do it. Get interviews. They're following the steps of other people that got all these views and subs. How do you think they did it? Doing interviews or getting some girls on there. Now I hear more than once, and I've seen his comments actually, Barry is trying to go after Jim, Asian Adventures Jim, his wife Dexel. That's the newest thing on the street, boys. Can you imagine that? From his jail cell, it didn't work with his ex-girlfriend. And I assume they're ex. She said, I'm so single again. I'm just assuming. It could be another clever ruse to throw people off, of course, if that never happens. But now he's trying to sweeten up to Dexil. Oh my God. It's so funny on YouTube. Some things are expected, and some things just go beyond belief. Yeah. Any woman to kiss up to have somebody to talk to. Maybe his girlfriend is no longer communicating with him anymore. I don't know. I don't know this stuff. And as I said, I'm a channel of truth here. I'm not going to pretend I know something if I don't. Right, Popeye? Even Popeye knows that, but he won't admit it. Barry kissing up to Dexel. Wow, that's a new one, man. What else is he gonna do? If his girlfriend ain't talking to him anymore, and I don't even know that. See, I'm honest, I don't know that. I'm not gonna come out with a blanket statement like many people do on here. I don't know that. There's a lot of things I don't know on here. I make my evaluations and I make my shows if I talk about another YouTuber, as I said, again and again and again and again and again and again and again. For what I see and what I hear. Not anybody else. I don't care what anybody else sees or hears. I go by what I see and I hear. And I just repeat. Okay. And I talk about what I've actually heard that's valid. Seen them on camera also. Because that's the way to do it if you want to be factual. Right, Popeye? You're factual, right? Yeah. The day you get laid, it ain't going to happen. I don't know. I think Popeye's got to get his Navy money or whatever, Parks money, whatever he has together. Find himself a good fucking hot Florida whores. There's a lot of whores in Florida. My God. Get a fucking whore and go to a hotel. Spend the fucking money. Put your bottle of gin down. Put your pack of Camels down. Go out. Find yourself the nicest looking whore. But wait a minute. That might not work. That won't work. He's got to be able to get it up. What's the purpose? Even if somebody gave him the money, here, here's a birthday present or a Christmas present. We got this really hot whore here, man. I mean, she is smoking hot. Smoking hot. Smoke's coming out of her orifices. She's so smoking hot. Popeye wouldn't know what to do with it. It looks good to me. It looks good to me. But it's not Frank. Put Frank's face on it, and I might be able to get to the point of saluting that flag. I probably believe that. Guy's in love with me, man. That's a kind of a disturbing thought. It really is. It's quite disturbing to me. I can't think of Popeye lusting for me the way he does. Very disturbing. Creates a visceral effect. I'm sorry, but it just does. Ugh. Ugh. You remember Fazio's vomiting session or pretense vomiting session? Who would forget that? He did a good job, though. What people don't know is Fazio smoked like a chimney. Everybody went there, they saw his little steps going into his shack. It was all cigarette butts there. If you go into his house, he had a shelf there with all liquor bottles. All liquor bottles, tanned away and all that. Where'd he get them? Just collected them? Did he make a kind of a collection on his shelf? Knickknacks? No, he drank like a fucking fish. And that's how he got to sleep. Well, she admitted it. Snappy says Dexel must be living. Dexel doesn't want to admit that she misses Jim. She doesn't miss Jim, but I'm sure she misses the support. I'm sure she does. At one point she said, at one point I was willing to forgive him. Come on now. Willing to forgive him for treating you like shit, for beating you up? The way he treated her? It's like another Popeye story or Barry story. He didn't show any respect to Dexel at all. But she's trying to make money any way she can. That's why she's trying to build the channel up. She's doing things, selling coconuts and doing whatever she can. She doesn't have Jim's money anymore. Not buying what? If what news is true. What are you saying, Snappy? He said Dexel must be really desperate if the news is true. And he said, I'm not buying it, Frank, and neither are your subs. Buying what? Be specific. Tesla Edison says Jim and Dubliner are going nowhere. Oh, I haven't listened to Dubliner in a while. Very hard to listen to that guy. It's like another Jim, really. Jim's been doing more shows than I do on here. He say he's enjoying Cambodia, but I gotta have a problem with that statement because he's always in the house doing his shows, like me. Remember, I don't go anywhere, I don't do anything, I have no life, nothing, But I can certainly say that for him. He spends more time doing shows from his 5-star abode than he does going out there and exploring Cambodia. Oh, Dexel interested in Barry. I ain't buying it. Oh, no one ever really said she was interested in him. He's got nothing to give. He's in jail. He's not going to be able to come back. Why would she even take a remote interest? He's got no fucking money. So enough said on that. Barry just needs a female to talk to. I've seen him in the past, even when he was dating people, kissing up to a lot of women online. You know, do you remember when he was dating, what's her name? Oh, what's her freaking name? To try to put a case on him too, actually. God, when I don't listen to somebody for a while they haven't been on, I'll forget their name if they're not significant or more current, more contemporary. What's her freaking name? His last girlfriend besides the Shah of Iran. Anyway, you know who I'm talking about. I don't even think about it. That's why I don't even remember her name anymore, because she's very insignificant. Shit. While he was dating her, I told you the story. Well, my little confidant Mario, set his girlfriend out to contact Barry on Tinder, because that's where Barry went. It was free, and he didn't want to spend no money on a dating site. And she pretended to be somebody that was interested in him. She found his profile. She found it. Dimples, thank you. There you go. You gave my neurons a reason to live. Yeah, so while he was dating Dimples, he was rapping with Mario's chick. Oh, God, he wanted to meet her, He was pushing it. Just while, he supposedly loved Dimples. Loved her money, of course. Her support. His cigarette supplier and his, booze supplier and everything else. Food and everything else. Oh, yeah, and he was adamant about meeting her. He didn't live, terribly far from the J Mall at the time where he was living. Was that Mangadella or something? But he lived in a community. I'm trying to remember where it was, but you could actually, it's a good walk, but not a bad walk, over to J Mall. So he wanted to go meet her at J Mall, where they used to have the immigration office there. He was adamant about it. Kept on pushing and pushing and pushing. And texting her on that site all the time. But then it turned out she didn't want to meet him. It was all a ruse, it was just all to play with his head. And during the time that he was dating the last chick, let me tell you something, and you guys would agree with me on this. Barry had an opportunity with any other woman, even towards his last relationship here. If he had another woman interested in him, if she happened to be, especially, let's say that she was more attractive than his last girlfriend as an example, he'd go for it in a New York second. Didn't even have to be. I mean, any woman that was interested in him to get his dick wet, he would go out and pursue it. Because it's really hard to get a woman interested in him. And when someone does, don't matter what she looks like in any form or way, if she's interested in me, I get laid. Hey, I seen a chick he was with when he came to Bantayan and stayed over at Marlin's resort there that she paid for. She was a nice woman, because she kind of messed up in the head, but she was a nice woman who's been abused all her life, and she just wanted to take more abuse from him. Told Gilda. She didn't care anymore, she said. He came over there. I seen what he had. With him, a fuck is a fuck. That's all it is. I don't know if he's oversexed or something, or just, I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't. I got 17 in the chat, not 27. Popeye got 9. Hear that, Popeye? You got 9. They're loving you to death, aren't they, Popeye? I got to hear his monologue after this, or not. He'll always have something to say. You getting all prepared for that Christmas special, Popeye, are you? All right, well, getting back to my point. What's your point, Frank? Well, I think I made it already about Barry. He'll go for any woman that'll be interested in him, It's really hard for Barry to get a really good-looking woman. There was only one woman. Which one was that? She wasn't that bad looking. She wasn't too bad compared to what Barry normally gets. But he still beat the shit out of her, or threw her out, dragged her by her hair. Remember that? Jay and him lived together. He dragged her out by her hair out of the apartment. Oh, that was a Ricky laugh, you know. Oh, God, some things rub off, I guess. Speaking of rubbing off, are you rubbing off on me now, Popeye? Please. I don't want no visuals on that. Thank you very much. I really don't. But I'm killing it this morning, ain't I? I'm just killing it on Popeye. On everything, really. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. I only got 15 now, though. Numbers are going down. It's like a barometer. It goes up or down, you know. Killing it, I tell you. Killing it. Okay, where was I? He did some dastardly things, Barry. He really did. Some people wouldn't believe it, but hey, I know it to be true. He wasn't faithful to any of these women he was dating. He was not faithful even going out with the last one. How do I know this? How do I know this? You may ask. How could you make a blanket statement like that, Frank? I'm going to tell you how I know this. Because I seen he was on Tinder again during his relationship with his last one, his ex. Which I assume is his ex. He was still on Tinder. If you're in, let me tell you something. No, you could get your profile off. I don't want to hear that bullshit. Once you got your profile on there on one of these dating sites, you're never going to get rid of it. No, that's not true. That's not true. You can get rid of it. So if his profile was still on there, he was still looking. And this is why the woman of his dreams that he called his fiancée and gave that famous tin ring with the LED on the box, that we'll never forget that one, to profess his love to her, he was still scouting, man. What his girlfriend's got to realize, his ex here, whatever she is, she's got to wake up and smell the coffee. We're not talking about Copico. She's got to wake up and smell the coffee, the real coffee. Grind it. Get a good brand of coffee. Grind it into a nice, hot, good cup of brew. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. Wake up, little Susie. Wake up. And realize there's a whole world out there of gentlemen out there that will treat you with respect. That's right. You don't need to settle for somebody like Barry. I mean, what's with you, girl? What's with you? That's all I could say. What's with you? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Never will. Maybe he's got that Midas touch. Who knows? Maybe that schlong of his is bigger than a fucking baseball bat as he claims it is. Is that it? Is that why he picks up these women? And they stay with him for a little while anyway. Is his third leg that impressive? I don't really care to visualize it. And frankly, I don't really give a shit. But, you know, it's got to be something that gets these women to date him. Oh, I know. How stupid of me. I'm sorry. It's all the promises he makes of a great life and marriage and kids. Well, he claimed he had a vasectomy, so how the hell did he get kids? I'll tell you what, I do have a memory. I remember we said this show, it was about 5 years ago. That long? Yeah, I guess maybe it was. And he slipped. And he said that this one chick has been contacting him and saying that she's pregnant from him. And he went and said, no way, I had a vasectomy. But yet he's telling all the women, promising kids and a future. He's going to take care of them, take them to America. He barely was surviving at all on his $600 a month. How is he going to do these miracles? How is he going to perform all these miracles? Is Dimples still married? I don't know. Does she even have a channel anymore? And what is it called? I don't know. That was one tough-looking dude, Drake Longstone. Yeah. Believe me, Barry was scared of him. If that guy decided to come to the Philippines, which I'm sure he had to. I think she's now living with him in, I think it was Canada. Good for her. No, good for her. Seriously, good for her. She found a real man. Someone who could protect her. Somebody financially stable. See, there was no future with Barry. There's no woman's future with Barry at all. There's none. There could never be. His only talent is fucking flipping waffles. I mean, what kind of a future is that? There's plans when he goes back to America. He's already said it. Again, I go by what people say. Right, Popeye? You don't admit it, though. Not all the bullshit that comes out of your mouth, Popeye. Because you want to hurt my feelings. You're not hurting my feelings, Popeye. I've been dealing with you for 10 fucking years. And you think you're making all these blanket statements about me. I'm a pedophile. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. It's not even rubbing my skin wrong. I'm not rashing out of that, dude. Because you're Popeye. That's what you do. But yeah, I'm all for these women doing fine. Popeye's ex, what I heard, is that she's doing fine since she left him. She's with a nice black man. God, Popeye must hate that, because he's a fucking racist like he wouldn't fucking believe. That alone is probably getting his goat, let me tell you that. Fuck. And she's doing fine is what I heard. What people talked about. I guess somehow there were people in touch with her or something, or I don't know what the story was, but I heard it more than once. He's a fine black gentleman. They got a little food business going, and they're doing fine. He's not going to get beat up by Popeye anymore in his drunken rage. She left him because of his fucking drunken rage, and he couldn't get it up. She needed a fine black gentleman. They're usually well endowed, which I would certainly imagine Popeye is not. You can't keep on putting, peanut butter on your dick and letting your dog lick it off, Popeye. That's not what you call real sex. To you, perhaps. I'm killing it this morning. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. Oh, please do a monologue. Please. Please. I'm always willing to hear what you have to say. If I bother to even listen to it, actually. I got to make a breakfast or something, really. I got to get off at a few here anyway. Unlike you, Popeye, I'm going to do some exercise. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get some protein into me. I'm going to eat. And I have this lovely woman here today. I might decide to make it a day of love, if you know what I mean, Popeye. Oh, you can't have her. You only wish you had her. You could call her every name in the book, but she's a charming, lovely, and she's a pretty woman. Something that you will never get. Never. 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 Smiley faces are coming on my screen, thank you. All mine. And no, Popeye, she's not dating the Zumba instructor. Is that all you got? Seriously, that's your newest one. That she's dating the Zumba instructor. Personally, she hasn't been out to Zumba for quite a while, actually. And her Zumba instructor is not just a man. There's also a woman Zumba instructor. You're going to tell me she's having relationships with that woman, too. Okay. Wishful thinking, Popeye, but unfortunately, not true. She's not dating her Zumba instructor. Drink a Red Bull or two. I don't drink. Smoke a cigar. Hell no. I think cigars are really nasty. Some people actually inhale cigars. Can you believe that? You know, the old phallic symbol, right? If you're a woman, phallic symbol, right? Or a symbol of success, you smoke a cigar with the boys, right? Go to the man cave or whatever. Sit around and talk about your success and your portfolio. That Trump made your portfolio rise 26% since he'd been in office. Somebody actually said that, despite the guy was raping little children, you know, in the White House. I mean, his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein and all that, and trafficking children, and the guy supports that. He supports that. So much for character reference for this guy, right? Well, Popeye needs to get some super chats. He's got more gin to buy. He's got to maintain that mobility scooter, though. He's got to maintain that, or else he's housebound totally. Ah, my God, that's a potent cup of tea, I got to tell you. He wakes up and has a gin. I have a cup of tea. Totally different lifestyle than him. I got some hearts now, thank you. Oh, who do we have here? 10, Ian or Len Whistler. Okay, Len Whistler. God bless him if he's getting some super chats. Take that to the bank. In fact, use those super chats to find yourself a real woman, not a pocket pussy, Popeye. It is really, it's not the same. Hate to tell you that, it's not the same. You don't have the warmth and all that. No warmth, no real flesh, Popeye. It's not the real thing. I think he's probably pretending that pocket pussy is Gilda. I think he goes both ways because, he's attracted to me, obviously. And he knows Gilda's good looking. He only wish he could experience her. I get to do it all the time, Poops. You got your right hand to depend on. You got Rosie Palmer. But you got to take care of those calluses, dude. You really have to. They could break open and get infected. You don't want to die like Fazio, do you? Get sepsis. Popeye just got a super chat. The message was, Poops, go to sleep. Seriously? Oh, that's rich in itself. Oh, that's beautiful. Tell him to go to sleep. Here's a super chat. Go to sleep. That's rich. I love that. Thank you. You made my morning with that one. That is great. The message was, Poops, go to sleep. Forget about Frank. I have to say that Popeye would be one of my more obsessed listeners. No, there's no doubt. No, there's no doubt. Not, I have to say, no, there's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Was Poops, go to sleep. Oh, live that one down, Popeye. Live that one down. Why don't you? He'll always have something to say. Pops, go to sleep. Here, I'll give you something. Get the fuck out of here. Go to sleep. Go on with your life. Forget about Frank. Frank. I'm beyond a flatterer, getting flattered from this Popeye, But as I said, I think it's a real sick situation that you allow me to live in your head like that every single day. That you have to go to the point of simulcasting me every day I do a show. That's obsession. And I'm not talking about the perfume, Popeye. I'm talking about bona fide obsession. Popeye farts only when Frank says he can. Pretty much. Don't you think? Get down on your knees, boy. It's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. Yeah. Why don't you all do a poll about him? Why don't you do a poll? Well, his viewers are going to support him, but obviously not all of them. For that statement, here, Popeye, here's a donation. Go to sleep. That's rich. That's rich. That certainly is. That spells out something right there. Doesn't it, Poops? It sure does. Where is my... Oh, man. Where is my oatmeal? Where is my oatmeal? It's usually in the bottom drawer. Where is my god dang oatmeal? Stuffed in the back like an insignificant... Stuffed in the back behind some leftovers. How dare? How dare? But good, I gotta remember that one. Go to sleep, Popeye. Go to sleep. Good idea, go to sleep. Don't lose sleep over me, though. Just have a good stiff hit of that gin, you'll go right to sleep. It'll get you right to sleep, Popeye. All right, hold on a minute, folks. Yeah, the only thing I'm missing here is my blueberries. No, I got some strawberries left, but I'm too lazy to try to defrost them. Too lazy. I just put cinnamon and butter in there. That's what I'm going to do. That works real well for me. Come on, Popeye. Take your num-nums. It's time for you to go to bed with your dog. You give your dog a kiss goodnight? I do. It's okay, Popeye. It's okay. I kind of tuck my dogs in every single night. Not in my bed, though. Not in my bed. I say goodnight to them, rub their head, rub their belly. They look forward to that. But don't abuse your dog, Popeye. That shit with the peanut butter, man, is pretty fucking gross. Big Kev joined the party. $4. Big Kevin gave $4 out of his own pocket? Oh, that's a new one. Big Kevin giving money instead of taking it? So he made a whole $4 minus 40%. He's doing good, Pops. All right. Well, we're going to kind of bring this to an end here. I got things to do, actually. I actually got things to do. You know, I help out around the house, too. Oh, absolutely. I'll sweep or vacuum. I'll do dishes. I help out. I do laundry a lot. She's not my indentured servant, you know. She's my sweetie. I show respect to my woman every single day. And she knows that she's loved by me. She's not my fucking Lola, whatever. She's not my servant. She's my partner. There's a difference, Popeye. There's a big difference. See, Popeye, when you treat people with respect, you get it back. That's how it works. Now go to bed, take your num-nums, say your prayers to the Lord. Do you even go to church and do a confession? Oh, God, he'd be there a long time. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I've spent every fucking day of my wakening life simulcasting this guy on YouTube. I'm so obsessed with him, I can't control myself. And I'm tired of rubbing one off all the time on him because it's really unnatural. Priest says, really? Tell me more. Go on, son. Go on. Sounds very interesting. Well, the other day, I got so obsessed with him. I tried to rub one off and it wasn't happening. So my adrenaline built up so bad, I developed an anxiety attack. I thought I was having a heart attack. My heart rate went really high, and I got scared. I had to have that release. Ah, tell me more, son. Popeye said, wait a minute, priest, are you rubbing one off too? Perhaps, my son, we should get together sometime. Talk about it. Popeye just got another super chat. Message to Big Kevin. You pay to play. Well, of course. I mean, as far as what do you call Kevin playing with himself? Gotta admit, though, they are entertaining. Makes me feel so much better about my life. If I ever have a down moment or something, I do the comparatives. Like, look at the life these guys are living on here. That would be hell. That would be worse than prison. To live their life. Couldn't do it, man. Just couldn't do it. Might as well get a gun. I think I mentioned the word revolver. He didn't like me using the word revolver. Like, take a revolver and shoot yourself or something. Get it over with. Revolver. He don't know what he's talking about. Guns. You hear this click, Frank? You hear this click? Popeye, what are you so worried about that you have to carry a gun in your house, if that was the real case? Are you that paranoid that somebody's going to come there and kill you? We don't carry no guns in this house. Oh, no, 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 no. Golf clubs, baseball bats, things like that. Plenty of that. Ouch, 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 that is hot. Ooh, that plate was hot. Okay, wait, I gotta get the cinnamon now. Where's the cinnamon? Okay. We got some ground Saigon cinnamon here. Saigon cinnamon. Popeye, it's your bedtime. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. Just beyond your bedtime. Go away. Tesla Edison says, poops is a disgrace. You think so? Popeye blocked the super chat, I think. He blocked the super chat? Why would he block the super chat making money? Why would he block it? That don't make any sense. Maybe because there were insults coming in with the super chats. That's why. Oh, God. Is he even going to bother to do a monologue on this? Because this session's been just too embarrassing for Popeye. But you got to come up with something new, Popeye. That's the problem. You're not that creative as you think you are. Oh, you could edit some videos and come up with some interesting stuff, but, you know, for your show itself and for your monologues, you're just losing it, man. You're being entirely redundant. You talk about me, you talk about Gilda, you talk about this, you talk about that. Don't you realize people are hearing the same thing over and over again and getting bored with you? You're not creative enough in that respect. Sure, you could record things, put some funny things together. It's all projection, though. You're not even seeing it. You wish you had my life. You only wish. But you can't have my life. You got to develop one on your own. It's only you to blame. Oh, Popeye didn't like the banter coming from the Tesla guy. Good for you, Tesla. Good for you. Oh, he'll block you. Oh, he's big with his mouth. He wants to regurgitate a few syllables here and there about me. Well, a lot of syllables. But he can't take it when it's thrown back at him. He'll go and block. He'll block somebody. Hello, Shuffler. Good morning to you, sir. I'm not even trying to get more subs, but I see they're slowly growing on here. Oh, man. I think this oatmeal is just a wee bit dry. I ran out of almond milk. I haven't bought it for a while because I haven't had any particular type of cereals that I could really eat it with. How many people you got watching now? Well, they're waiting for his famous monologue. But he really needs to get to sleep. It was beyond his bedtime. Snappy says, Popeye only likes to preach to the choir. Yeah? That's about the sum of it. But see, I can't do too long of a show. He gets really upset about that. Then he's not prepared. He has to come up with all kinds of shit. As like a comeback, on his monologues. If you're not part of the choir, he will block you. Exactly. Oh, he likes to dish it out, but he just can't take it. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Popeye. I think you got to be fair to your viewers. They may have something to say, but you're going to just block them. Oh, I admit I do that myself. But if you're so intensely interested in me and my life and what I do, and you're doing shows or simulcast me, and you have a lot to say about me, you need to give your audience a chance to talk back. Give them a chance. What, you're afraid of what they're going to say to you? You've already blocked a couple of people already? Come on, be fair. Let them say their speech. Stop hiding them or blocking them. Afraid of getting your feelings hurt. God, I would love to meet this guy. The Popeye ain't going to be around too much longer. Trust me. It's not in the cards for this guy. He's got too many problems going on. If he makes it through the next year, I'd be totally surprised. But then again, like I always say on my show, none of us know what our future is, even me. Don't matter what supplements I take, it don't matter. Oh, all that shit helps, but Mother Nature might have another idea. You see, at least I'm real Popeye. I'm not going to say that, hey, man, I'm going to live forever. I'm going to live to my 90s. I don't know that, and I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I don't come on here and say, yeah, man. I will come on here and say, knowing what I do about certain people on here, I could make call it a blanket statement or whatever you want to call it. I can make an educated statement and say, you know what, man? Knowing your lifestyle and everything else, chance of outliving me, I just don't think so. Oh, that's today. Yeah. Oh, you're looking lovely. Oh, nice and fresh, out of the shower. I guess something to drink. You're looking lovely, and your hair ain't even dry yet. My God. My God. Oh, yeah. You only wish, Papa, you only wish you had what I have. Oh, don't get me wrong, I appreciate what I got. I don't take it for granted.
I don't. And I probably don't deserve her. But I do have her. Something you don't have. Never. You couldn't get to her level if you paid for it. You couldn't. I get to wake up with this beautiful woman every single day. Every single day. Not my dog. A real life woman with real body parts, not a pocket pussy. I get to do that every goddamn day as long as I'm alive, until I don't have any breath in my lungs. And she'll still be there for me. Sick, ill, dying. She'll be there for me. I mean, look, your daughter could only do so much for you, Papa, you know what I mean? Having her there, it's nice to have her family around. But it's not the same. You need a real life breathing woman. Fur and everything, man, you know. Not a rubber pocket pussy. It's not the same, Robert. You will put Don C in the camel clutch. Hey, I'm having fun with this morning. I hope you all having fun with this too. It's all about fun. That's all it is. You gotta have some fun on here. But you know, you gotta be able to take it too. Oh, look, I've taken a decade of insults to me, to mine, whatever. I'm still here. Because I could handle it. I've heard everything in the world spoken about me. True? No, but I've heard it all. Popeye just does not like opposition. When he gets opposition from me, it forces him to come on and do shows about me or simulcast me. I'll show him. Boop, boop. I can no longer eat the shit out of my corn anymore. Because I can't digest the corn. I lost all my teeth. Right? I want you to get a picture of this. Popeye at his desk with his little glass of gin, his pack of filterless Camels, losing his teeth, having to use a walker to get around, and he's living the ideal life, according to him. I don't talk about my personal life. Well, Popeye's because you don't have a personal life, sir. You don't have a personal life. Don C. always running his, I don't know, maybe he likes Drew Barrymore. I don't know. Don C. That's an interesting guy. I'd like to see what his real life is really all about. Obviously, he's overweight. He's got that going against him right there. His longevity is just, you know, it's out the door. He'll be gone too one day. We're all going to be gone. But some may be a little earlier than others. I'm not overweight. I'm at a very good weight. I can maintain my weight. And I have maintained my weight. You can't call me obese. You can call me any name in the book, but you ain't gonna call me obese like these motherfuckers. I think Don C. should move to the Philippines. I mean, he's so interested in what's going on in the Philippines genre. Why didn't he just move to the Philippines? I don't get it. What's his big interest in the Philippines? It's something I don't know? Tell me, do tell. He lives in Thailand. Why is he not involved with, you know, Thailand chats and stuff like that? Oh, it's getting ready for that time, folks. Here comes the monologue. He's going to have to get crazy. Oh, yeah, he'll pull up. He'll pull up. He already done it already. He'll pull up some videos or something, which he's pulled up the same goddamn videos, trying to hurt my feelings, which doesn't work. I'll tell you right off the bat, it doesn't work. You're not getting me charged up, Popeye. I've heard this for a decade. You attacking me. You're not hurting my feelings, sir. It would take a lot to hurt my feelings, especially anything coming out of your mouth. All I say is get a life, go to bed, it's beyond your bedtime, get the peanut butter out, get some self-pleasure from your little foo-foo dog, and call it a night. Take your num-nums. But I think Popeye should let people speak on his show. I let people speak until they get really ugly. And I'll say, okay, I gave you a chance to say what you had to say. And I do that. If they become persistent, I just remove them. But Popeye, he doesn't want to hear any opposition at all. He falls apart. Only he could spew out all the hate from his mouth. But when somebody wants to make a comment, like Barry, he'll remove him. He's going to pull up another 3-year-old video by Aloe. That's what he's been doing. Redundancy runs in his blood. Who cares about a video that Aloe did about me 3 years ago? I don't live in the past like you do, Popeye. You're not around that round table getting a blowjob in Subic Bay anymore. Your mind is in the fucking gutter. Get out of the fucking gutter. What any years or months you have left in your life, blood going through your veins, oxygen through your lungs. Live your life now, Popeye. Because there's no tomorrow. Sometimes you gotta think about it. Go out and get laid. There's whores all over Florida. But I forgot. I digress. You can't get it up. So what's the use of getting some broad to pay for? Which you don't want to put out the money anyway. He's so tight. I got my pocket pussy. Got my pocket pussy. Pocket pussy don't talk back to me. I don't have to beat it up like I did my wife. Pocket pussy don't give me no shit. Popeye. A pocket pussy is not real. You're right, it doesn't talk. It's a delusion in your mind. When you get mad, do you beat up your pocket pussy like you did your wife? Benny the Bear Newton. Okay. It's not real, Popeye. Has it gotten that bad? A pocket pussy is not real. You could put lipstick on a pig, Popeye, but it's still a fucking pig. And it's still going to be a pocket pussy, motherfucker. It's been a great show today. Thank you, folks, really. Keep on longer, Frank. Popeye's chat is having a great time. Oh, I'm sure. All the trolls. All the trolls. Well, you know, Popeye, I have something that you're never going to have. I basically do got my health. I'm slightly older than you, maybe a year or two. I'm still going strong. I actually exercise. I actually eat right. And I actually have a partner. Going to be 10 years, Popeye, as of February. 10 years. What have you been doing the past 10 years? You're going to need to reorder another pocket pussy. It's got to be getting pretty stanky. Stanky by now. Do you at least rinse it in 50% vinegar and water? Let it dry in the sun? You can't be poking at that pocket pussy all your life. You might catch yourself a disease. Or you might put disease on that pocket pussy. It's all at your expense, but they are having fun nonetheless. Of course, Jeff, whatever, Jeff. Call you Jeff. Change your name. Get rid of the G-O-F-F. Your name is Jeff. Maybe it's a British thing. Your name is Jeff. Call yourself Jeff. Well, you gotta give the trolls something to do. What else are they gonna do with their life? I liven up the whole fucking genre when I do a show. I must be good for something. But they listen intensely. Joff works. Joff. No, it's Jeff. Joff. There's no such name as Joff. Just like Stephen, they call himself Stephen. 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 It's fucking Stephen. Say it right. Speaking of Stephen, I haven't been to his show, that other British guy. I must admit, that's the foreigner, expat. What is he called? An expat living in the Philippines or something like that. Hello, all you lovely people. Jeff and Steve. Right, exactly. Jeff Lee Brown was a nasty fellow. I don't care about you. I never hardly ever listened to that guy. Honestly, I saw a couple of his shows. I heard people was talking about him, hanging around Angeles, all that shit, all the losers do. And Scotty Boy, painting the town red. Putting his camera on people that don't want to be on camera. Almost got beat up by a lady boy about a week ago. It could have happened. That would have been great if it was live. I think it was live. He came real close, I gotta tell you that. I want to see it really happen. That'll make my day, make my year. All right. I don't know if this oatmeal is good enough for me this morning. I gotta get more protein. Gio is a boring fella. Dude, did you know that Popeye uses a pocket pussy for his sex? Do you know what that is? Something you can order online. It looks like a woman's vagina with hair and everything on it. That's what Popeye does.
This what they gotta find woman?
And she said, because he can't find a woman. There you go. Yeah, something like that. John, not Johnny. Scott and Scotty. Frank, not Frankie. But no, I was growing up called Frankie. You call me Frank. Call me anything you want. But no, my family would know me as Frankie. I don't use that name. Either one works for me. I don't care. I don't have a problem with either one of them. And Anthony, they say Tony for short. I don't know why, but they do. It's all good. I don't have a problem with that. All right, well, have we had our fill this morning here, folks? Len, not Lenny, right? There you go. James is called Jimmy. James, Jimmy. John, Johnny. Frank, Frankie. Anthony, Tony. It's all good. I don't have a problem with that. Like a nickname or, well, Yeah, as a man gets older, they take off the Y or the IE. Yeah, that's what happened with me. Your name could be Linda, and they call you Lynn. Okay, but I gotta go. Okay, Popeye's moment to do his soliloquy, as he calls a monologue. Go for it, Popeye. Take out the videos. What's this? Life in the Philippines province came on, whoever that is. I'm not sure. Oh, I think that's actually Jim's wife, Dexel. Life in the Philippines. Barry will be on there, probably. I got a notification that she's on. Oh, Barry will be there listening. Still got used to that phone. I don't know. Put a report in on him about misuse of his phone. Well, he has been on less making comments, though. I gotta say that, but he still makes comments. Okay, Poops. It's all yours now. Hey, what's up, man? I don't know if the title came out on there. If you missed the title of the show, the title says, what does Mick Barry, Mick and Barry and Breavis have, what does Mick, Barry, and Breavis have in common? Well, I'm going to tell you right here. What do they have in common? Wonder what that could be. Well, I'm going to tell you what they have in common. They were all rejected by me. Now I'll have to explain further. Barry, of course, made an unannounced visit to me many, many years ago. And I knew he was somebody I didn't want to deal with. You know, I couldn't be friends with that guy. I couldn't even consider it. That's how that started. The big fights, whatever, with Barry. Because I rejected his friendship. Tried to be nice to the guy, but, you know, always wanting more. Threw money in his pocket when he came over to. Helped him with a little over-the-counter pill for his fucked up lungs. And, well, you know, that's what I get back. Okay? I just didn't want to have anything to do with Barry, okay? And see how everything turned out today. Let's move on. That's what happened with Barry. I have rejected his friendship. Let's move down the line. Let's go down to Breavis now. Well, Breavis also came over uninvited. and I seen that this guy was a stalker. Looked into his eyes. Nobody was home. And, you know, as things progressed, you know, he wanted to take me and Gilda out for dinner. And he kept on writing me, and I didn't answer. I just didn't even answer him. Then he started saying, well, yeah, Frank refused to go out for dinner for me because he wanted to take his whole family with him. No, I didn't want to take anybody with me. I didn't want to have dinner with him, period. Doing fine, thank you. No, I didn't want anything to do with the guy. So that's how Breavis got upset with me. Now you know all the history. Let's go down to Mick Fisher. Well, Mick Fisher had a mission, okay? So he was coming to my town, and you got to hear the bullshit he put out on this too. You're gonna love this one with Mick Fisher. Okay, you'll love this one with Mick Fisher. You want to hear some lies? Okay, you're gonna love this one. Okay, first of all, he came down on a mission. Okay. And his mission was to try to, it wasn't be a friendly mission. It wasn't friendly. Like, hey, I'll meet you. You know, hey, meet you in person, blah, blah, blah. You know, be friendly and do it. It was all good. He came down with his girlfriend. You know who she is. I don't know why he was trying to hide her. I don't know. I just don't know, but I don't really care. Okay. So, it was the same thing with Barry and Breavis. I knew he came down on a mission. I met up with him, kind of make my own evaluation. And I pretty much figured, because he kept on talking about, and kept on bringing it up, about, well, he don't feel that Barry should be in jail. And, you know, I walked away, kind of thought about it, went to have a smoke toward the beach. Right, Mick, didn't I do that? I came back and I just pretty much figured what this was all about. And basically, he was trying to change my mind about Barry. See, that wasn't working, so that kind of upset him. Then he claims later on, what Frank doesn't know is that we were going to offer him and his girlfriend there at the time, and you know who she is, had a contract, listen to this bullshit, had a contract together for $1 million pesos. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. When pigs could actually learn how to fly, how evolution has taken us 300,000 years in the future, and pigs develop wings, perhaps, to get away from the predators, humans. It didn't work with him either, man. See, me and Mick communicated briefly on Facebook Messenger. Okay, he was getting all kind of torn apart, you know, the language, everything, because again, he was pushing this thing about Barry, and I didn't agree with him. That's when it became ugly. I took him off my messenger, and that was it. So now you know the history of Barry, Breavis, and Mick Fisher. I rejected him. Oh, they didn't want to hear that. They'll make up another story, but that's how it happened. Look, I got nothing to lose to say this, okay? There's no lying going on. There's not even any exaggeration. That's what happened. They were rejected. I saw through them. I was smart enough to see through these people. What was their motives of coming by? That was it. It's not a huge story. But I love what Mick said later on, more recently, that, yeah, he came by and his girlfriend had a contract all ready to sign worth $1 million pesos. If I was to sign this affidavit, no, that's what he said. This is what he said. He ain't going to turn it back because I know people heard this. Well, for your information, there was no contract to be signed. Zero. All bullshit like Mick usually does. Would I have accepted $1 million pesos to drop his case? Nope. Not even for $1 million pesos. To see him rot in jail was all the payment I needed. I wouldn't have believed it anyway. So that's the bullshit story from Mick. And that's why Mick joined forces with the Big E, the Big Wallet. And that's why they're so, adverse against me. It has really nothing to do with any other issues, really. Not really. People get highly, what's the word? Hurt, anyway. Feelings get hurt when somebody rejects them. But that's part of life. We all get rejections in life. Deal with it like the big man that you are. Deal with it. But nobody came by with a contract in their hand. That was a bullshit story from Mick. That's why you can never believe Mick. And every time you see Mick's comments on Popeye's show, they're always very negative about me. He even attacks Gilda. I thought he was a better man than that. I knew he had his flaws, but I thought he was a better man than that to go on the attack of Gilda. He did. That's why I can't respect Mick. I have no respect for him at all. And this is not a Rodney Dangerfield skit here. I have no respect for that man at all. Who's trying to be upon reproach for a guy who's trying to exhibit that he has this wonderful character and it has done no wrong. That's what he did. I see his comments regarding me and Gilda, both of us. I cannot respect this guy at all. Really. He had to bring Gilda in it. You know what? If a truck fucking hits you, Mick, I say, right on, brother. That's what I think of you. What a scumbag you are. And you are a scumbag, and you know it. You know you're a scumbag. To kiss Big E's ass all the time. What do you got in common? You're both oversized, and you both got a pocket of money, so you think you can empower anybody because of your fucking money. It doesn't work all the time that way, Mick. Your true character shows out, and it has, to everyone. To everyone. Enough said on that. But that's the reason. Breavis, Barry, and Mick Fisher. They were rejected by me. And for good reason. I saw through their little act. I see what they were made up of. What gets me about Mick, well, among the others too, but it's how he's so good at lying. Where do you learn that from? Where do you learn all that lying from? He learned it well. I don't know, he's so in love with Big E that he had to move to Vietnam to be close to Big E. You know what they say, birds of a feather, they flock together. In this case, there you go. They're both big, oversized guys. Both need to lose weight. Well, Mick's at least working on it. Big E does all the steps, but then he goes and eat a fattening meal. Big time. And expects to look like Atlas. Well, I just don't think that's going to work. You got far more problems than worrying about your weight or how much muscle you guys have. Far from perfection. And there is no perfection with anybody. There's definitely no perfection with me, and I don't go out here and I try to claim any kind of perfection at all. At least I keep true to myself. I don't lie like these bastards. And I'm getting the smiles and hearts popping by the screen here. You could talk, people. You could talk, you know. Give me your opinion about these guys. That's why I couldn't respect any one of them. I couldn't have anything to do with Barry because I know what a slime bag he was. I didn't want him hanging around my house. He'd find reason to come over often and try to bum money off me or something. Still owes me money on a couple of things. You know, I even donated to that motherfucker's teeth one time. I was such a nice guy. Even when there's some friction with him in the past, I actually donated $20 toward his teeth. And what did he do? I don't know, I guess he bought liquor or something with it. Oh, yeah. Got a wedding thing today. I decided not to go to that. That's going to involve like 6 hours of my time and some very uncomfortable temperatures. I decided not to do it. She's all dolled up. She's looking good. I said, you don't need all that. Oh, yeah, I got her. This broke guy, how broke I am. She hardly had any silver in her hair. Not much. But hey, sent her out, get her hair colored. Oh yeah, her eyelashes worked on, not like 3-4 inches long. Just enough to highlight her eyelashes. Now she's going for a makeup job. Just left. I said, you don't need that. Well, it's just for the wedding. I said, oh, yeah, I understand. She don't need to put makeup on. She don't need no fucking filters like these guys try to put their women on there. And they fucking over-filtrate, you know, to fucking what they look like. We know what they look like without fucking makeup. I mean, what are you trying to fucking hide? You can't change what you look like. And I'm not saying good or bad about it. I'm not saying it. I'm just making a statement. That's all I'm making. That's all I'm saying. Why, if your women are so goddamn good looking, you got to filter them? Why? Show them what they look like. People make their own judgment. Why do you got to use filters? Hell, come on, man. That's why I laugh at all this. Even use phallic symbols of cigars. I mean, it doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. Look at me, I'm successful. So you guys want to go to Alaska, eh? I always talk about that character. He was an interesting character. Cigar in his mouth, looking really important. He's going to send us to Alaska. Visor hat and all, too, yeah. You know, I don't care how much money somebody has. It doesn't make you better than the next guy. It just doesn't work that way. People have already seen some of the characters on people are here, what they're really made of. And a lot of people have made their own assessments. They know, they're not stupid. They've heard things you said on Facebook. They've heard things you said on YouTube. They've seen things. They know what kind of character these people are. It's already been defined. That's all that matters. And there's Philippines Life Pro. I'm not sure who this guy is. I don't think it's that guy that has a show. Philippines Life Pro. Well, apparently you ain't got a life if you're coming here to listen to me. You're a life pro? How's that even possible? You'd be wasting your life listening to my show if I was that bad. What's wrong with you, boy? But yet you come. Yet they all come. say bye-bye. Okay, well, you get my point. I'm not going to go on all day about this. In fact, I'm bored already of my own broadcast. Oh, of course, Popeye's show today. Same redundancy, just another day. Of course, you had to bring the military in there, of course. He's so proud. Still calling me a Dodge drafter and all that stuff. He just don't get it. He'll never get it. It's something I've never done. I've never done 99.99% of the things he's ever talked about me on there either. But he makes for good entertainment value when he's on a bored day, I guess. How sad. Too bad. Right, Popeye? Hope you went to bed right after that show with your dog. It's the only female that's going to go to bed with you, Jack. Dream about me. Dream a little dream about me. One day you might actually get a life. One day you might meet a real woman. When that day comes, it's for all of us to see. Is that really Popeye? Or is it really me that has a life to see? One day he might leave his room. Instead of going to bingo, maybe get some boom boom. We doubted that the day will ever come. Not for this insane bum. Anyway. Bueno cano! They all sound like creeps, and Jay is embarrassing himself trying to pick up women. I know, I saw that. They didn't want anything to do with him. Especially in Bali? Oh, come on, man. Of all places, Bali. He's in the wrong place. I'm not an expert on Bali, but I understand that the women are quite conservative. They're not interested in his ass. Not even for his fucking money. Not even for his fucking money. Oh, I never spend no money on no whores. I get him the natural way with my charm. You're a fucking bogan, man. You're an abo. No woman is interested in you. Just you present the cash on the table. And even so, they reject you. Bali, of all places to go to? Was he afraid to go to the Philippines? Did he kind of worn out his stay in the Philippines? Yeah. Yeah, I know they all sound like creeps. But Popeye did one of his, again, redundant shows. And this show was a little different because, you see, it was really hard after I bashed the motherfucking shit out of him on my show. He didn't really, he was forcing himself to come out with something that we didn't hear already about him, that he doesn't say about me. He went over, he rehashed some old hash again. That's what he normally does. He had to change the subject a little about some sports teams or some shit like that because he didn't know what to say. He had no clue. Of course, he'll bring my girlfriend into this. Of course. He figures he's going to hurt my feelings. How are you hurting my feelings when I'm with a fabulous woman? And I have her and you don't. He wasn't happy about the pocket pussy thing, though. He was a little belligerent, when I started pounding him with his fucking pocket pussy. He didn't like that one. Basically, his show, he didn't really know much what to say on his show, actually. I listened to about 70% of it, if I have to put it, or 70, call it 75 rounded or whatever. Just wanted to be in the same shit again. Okay, it's just another Popeye show, downing Frank and all that shit. Of course, all the players were in there. Mick Fisher, of course. Don C. was in there. A Hollywood casting. All the trolls, all fucking losers were in there. Lining up to have their say. All lined up. Of course, Mick Fisher was bashing me. But he was bashing my girlfriend, too. Shame on you, Mick. Why would you bash her? She was nothing but kind to you. Because you're a piece of shit, that's why. Like all your so-called friends on here. Mick Fisher, you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of work. Why would you bring my girlfriend in on this? Am I bashing your girlfriend? I've only seen you with one girlfriend. I've never seen you with any other women except the one woman that you took to Bantayan, and you were hiding her. Why were you hiding her? Why were you hiding her? Were you embarrassed her for some reason? And why does everybody say that I've ever bashed his girlfriend? I've never bashed her. Of course, she sides with him and all that shit because that's his girlfriend, or was his girlfriend, or whatever he did. I don't really give a shit. The fact they shared the same hotel room must mean something. But, oh well. Why was he trying to hide her? Why? I've never seen Mick Fisher with no women. Biggie claims he's got women left and right he's turning down. I've never seen Mick Fisher with one fucking woman. With one fucking woman other than the gals he took over to Bantayan Island. Bueno, Cano. Usually Popeye does recast. I was surprised to see he was playing old content. Well, that's all he does. Old content. He's obsessed with listening to your voice. Absolutely. Now, you opened up a can of worms, Mick, is what you did. I have less respect for you now than I did in the past. You know how it went down. You know why you came to see me. You came on a pretense, Oh, I'm in town. Yeah, we'll meet up. Yeah, we'll have breakfast or something together. Oh, yeah. Nobody wanted something from me. He came only because he wanted to try to get me to drop the charges on Barry Lee Jordan, the crumb bun that's still in fucking prison. He's a schlep. He's not a good guy. It's my opinion. I don't really care what Mick thinks about me. I don't give a rat's fucking ass what he thinks. He can call me every name in the book. Doesn't mean what he's saying about me is true or anybody else. Yeah, McFish, right. Even between times we were walking, I was telling Gilda, I said, this guy's full of shit. I said, did you get that feeling? She said, yeah, I know. He's trying to get you to drop the charges on Barry. She saw that right off, too. She's pretty hip. She's pretty alert with this stuff, because she's a Filipino, doesn't have the best English in the world, but she's not dumb. She sees through people, too. And she knew he was a phony. These people got to live with their own vices. I don't have to live their life. And guess what? They don't have to live my life either. No, they don't have to. But they have fun just attacking me and other people. I wouldn't be the first. I wouldn't be the last. That's why I don't respect these people. At all. That's why I never gave Barry a break. Too much damage. Too much damage. Yeah. That's why I didn't give Breavis a break. The guy's fucking insane. He's a stalker, man. You think I want him hanging around my fucking house? And I got children around there? You think I want this creep hanging around our house? That's right, our house. Till the day when I die, it'll be totally her house to do whatever she wants with. I've got safeguards on that. Not that I need them, I trust her, but it don't matter. It don't matter, trust or not. Well, it matters, yes, but I take safeguards. My name is on that tax declaration. That means everything in the world. But you see, unlike others, I'm not a statistic. It never will be. That's not how it's ever going to play out on me. It will never happen. Yes, I know her that well. They're pissed off that I actually found a fantastic woman. They got to try to make it look, oh, yeah, she's cheating on me with the Zumba guy. Hey, man, play your own trombone. And these guys don't cheat, but she's saying she's cheating on me with a Zumba guy. Well, because they ran out of things to say. That was Popeye's deal. Look where that's coming from. Popeye's got to stop playing his trombone, the one between his fucking legs, and get a real woman. Pearly skin, warm to the touch, hair in places that should be. Get his little stinky pinky wet. Get a little action going for himself. He'll be a new man by morning. Cato says, what boy travels did not do a... What boy? You mean white boys? Oh, white boy travel. Did not do a happy Thanksgiving video from his cell. Shocking. I'm sure it was miserable. They maybe gave an extra scoop of rice or something. Sometimes they feed him rat stew. It's called ratatouille. As chefs call it, ratatouille. They might have gave him some extra rat meat or something on there. And they told him it was brisket. They told him it was brisket. And he sucked it all down. He would know the difference between brisket and chuck ground. He's such a sophisticated guy. Okay. Look at this. Did they leave the lights on in here? Come on now. Come on now. All right. Oh, you won't go out? Go. You go outside in the sun. Go. Go in the sun. Go ahead. Ginger, let's go outside. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You can't stay in the house all the time, dog. No, you can't stay inside all the time, no. Can't do that. All right, enough about these guys. Other than saying that, it was just another typical Popeye show. He's got to get some attention, even though it's negative. He's got to have some interaction with people, even if it's, only from a bunch of trolls on YouTube. Still attention. Still attention. And no, I didn't celebrate a traditional Thanksgiving. We'll have a good Christmas dinner, but it's not the same with Thanksgiving. No pilgrims out here, It's not the same. You got a lot of Filipinos that are starting to practice it because of their Western influence and all that stuff, but nah. If I can't have a real good turkey, I'm not going to substitute it with a chicken, okay? What's that, Liberty? Did not do a happy Thanksgiving video from his cell. Shocking. Is that because maybe he's not having a happy Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving is not a turkey. Although some turkeys think that Thanksgiving it's all about is having a turkey on the table. A turkey is be with your family, whether they're blood related or not, to your family. A lot of people don't have to have. Papa has nobody but his daughter. As an example. I was laughing, and he didn't want to bring that up, but one of his viewers that actually gave him a $1 or something donation. Here, go get some sleep now, Popeye, he said. I loved it. Go get some sleep now. Get Frank off your mind, in other words. There was a subliminal message to that. That was really obvious to me. Take your num-nums, get that shot of gin also, and go to bed. It's past your bedtime, Popeye. 7 at night, whatever it was. His time. People retire and do this kind of shit. They do. And as much as they think that throwing names at me and trying to label me as this and that and this and that and talking about my girlfriend and all that stuff, I hate to, bust your bubble. That shit don't bother me. It doesn't hurt me. I've heard this shit for 10 fucking years. Well, maybe not that long. It got better as time went by. It's nothing but jealousy and envy. They say, well, what do I have to be envy of you? You're only 5'7", which I am, barely 5'7". What does my height have to do with my quality of life? And how do you define, also, quality of life? Do I have to go online all my life to lie to people on social media? To pretend that they're having a wonderful life, the life of Riley? Is that what it's all about? That I should feel sad for these people, but I just can't bring myself to do that. I don't feel sad for them at all. Let them suffer. Let them fucking suffer. They deserve it. They're all brave. They're all brave. Okay, I'm looking for something here and I didn't make a big breakfast. I had some cereal this morning. What was that? I had a hard-boiled egg. She had it ready. What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want? What do you want? You don't know what you want. What do you want? You want to come in here? You come in here. God, I gotta use vinegar in this room sometimes. Serious. You sweep a floor or you vacuum it to get the dog hair out. There's always going to be some dog hair that gets on the floor. But unlike a lot of people, we upkeep our house. If we're going to have pets in it, we make sure we prepare for that by actually cleaning the house every day. Yeah, we do stuff like that. Brushing him. And I know one of them that needs a bath, and maybe I'll give her a bath later. Some of these guys don't even take a bath. Barry hardly ever took a bath. You know how you know Barry ever took a bath? When he was in Mandawi? Because he'd brag about it. And you just shouldn't have to tell people, oh, hi, I just took a shower. Well, good for you. How long has it been since you actually showered? And he would advertise, oh, I got to take a shower. He was so proud about it after he took his shower. God knows when he took his last fucking shower. Good, he took a shower. How about, how about on a daily basis, perhaps? Perhaps. A daily basis, that would work out real fine. Now, I think he's afraid to take a shower because when he goes to lean down to pick up that bar of soap, which is probably the same bar of soap that's been shared on every groin in that place, he's afraid he's going to get something up his ass, but then again, he has a little history of that anyway. It's training wheels for him. Oh, I'm sure he's getting some behind-the-scene action going on in that place. Brings back old memories, huh, Barry? You betcha. Like old times. And guess what? Popeye was complaining and bitching that I actually helped clean the house. Popeye's ideology of a woman, just like Jay and people like that Filipinos are only made to fuck, cook, and clean house. Maybe that's why they don't get any women. Is that what you really think of Filipinas? That's all they're good for? Then you don't respect Filipinas. And that's why these people are lonely. Look, you could fool around on YouTube and you could put down people. You want to do that for entertainment purposes, but I personally think when it's done consistently, I think the true personality of these people are really coming out. And what you're hearing is a real person. Now, if they do that on YouTube and they do it often, you could pretty much venture to say that it happens in a relationship too. That it's bound to happen. It's bound to happen. That's why they can't keep a woman. They use excuses like, oh yeah, they're just playing the field. I'm not looking to settle down with any women. Yeah, likely excuse. She said maybe these women don't want to be with you. Hey, if I could keep a woman for almost 10 years, I mean, I'm doing something right. And it ain't about money. After all, they're saying that I'm broke. If I'm broke and all she wants is money, why is she with me? That's a good question. My swarthy good looks? Yeah, perhaps. My charming personality? Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. But I got something that they'll never have. They'll never have what I have. Not even remotely. That's why they get upset. They get so upset. Let's knock this guy down. Let's attack him and hurt his feelings. But you're not hurting my feelings. About my girlfriend. I know who I have at my side. That's all that matters. I know what she's all about. She knows what I'm all about. We're happy. They don't want me to be happy, though. God forbid. Because they're not happy. Let's bottom line this out. They don't have what I have, and they will never have what I have. They want to see me dead, sick. They want to see us break up. And that's right, I'm doing stuff around the house right now as I'm talking to you. Because I have respect for my partner. I have respect. She's not my maid. She's not my indentured servant. Happens to be somebody I actually care about. Yeah. It does happen. Oh, what do I got here? That's right, I help out. I help wash. I help clean. She does most of the cooking. And she cleans around the house, the yard. She does a lot of things around here. But I'm one of these people that really like to help out. I like to do my part in the relationship. She's not my slave. It's unfortunate that people pretty much label Filipinos. Well, you know, they're good domestic workers. So if you marry or get together with a Filipina, all you have to do is sit in your armchair and drink your fucking beer, get fat as a fucking pig. Enjoy your retirement watching her enslave herself on the floor with a fucking scrub brush. Now that's love. Highly defined, that's love. Come on, that's love. Not. That's using a Filipina. Because you're a fat, ugly, lazy person that probably, even prior to going to the Philippines, even prior, never upkept your house, never did nothing. You probably lived in a fucking dump. And even if the house was a beautiful house, it probably looked like shit inside. That's right, you hear the laundry going here. You absolutely do. I don't sit on my ass all day, obviously. I knocked that one out of the park. I'm always doing something around here. Okay, what else I gotta cover here before I end this broadcast? Well, I enjoyed your broadcast as normal, Popeye, but your monologues are getting weak. They're getting repetitive. It's getting old, just like you are. But I'll tell you one thing, I don't mean to be cruel, but the day, the day that you fucking croak, I will celebrate. Both of us will here. I don't usually wish that on anybody. Take special cases. I have my picks. Some of them, just my wishes came through. You're dead. They're rotted in their fucking grave. Never to come on and do an insult against anybody, me or anybody else, because they're gone. Never will they try to hurt somebody or say some lame words or make false allegations against somebody. No, they're gone, Jack. They're gone. Never to come on YouTube again. Never to attack people. Gone. And I suspect there's going to be more coming. I got my own predictions. And I don't think it's looking good for some of these guys. I just really don't. And I got my reasons. I'm observant. I listen to. I don't think they got a good future. And I don't give a shit how much money they claim they have. Money is not everything. You can't change a person's character. You can't do that. If they're a shitbag, they're always going to be a shitbag. If they're a fucktard, they're always going to be a fucktard. That part never changes. The only thing that can change is the amount of money in their wallet when their significant others decide to take you to the fucking cleaners. That never happens on here, does that? No, that doesn't happen. We know it's happened. We know who. It's been taken to the cleaners more than once. Oh, yeah. No names even need to be mentioned. All these guys are allowing themselves to make the chicks take them to the fucking cleaners. They wind up on the street. Where's their power now? Where's their power? Or wannabe Trumps? Where's their power without money? Where's all the women hanging around with them if they got no fucking money? They'd be gone like Gone Girl. Gone. And they'd be forgotten. When the money runs out, so does the chick. But remember what you said, I'm broke, right? That shouldn't be a problem then, right? If I'm broke and she's still with me, maybe it's real love. Just maybe. Well, I already know it is, but you can't change that. That's something that they can't change. No matter how they'd like to see us break up or something happen, it's not going to happen. To their hopes, they wish it would, but unfortunately, that's just not going to happen. And no, it's not wishful thinking. I got a good grip on my relationship. I know where it's at. They don't have that. Again, they can't stay with one woman, or a woman can't stay with them, so they make excuses. Well, I'm just running around and I don't want to get tied down with one woman. Yeah, likely excuse. Likely. Right. We know the truth. You couldn't stay with a woman because you're a piece of shit and you don't respect them. And we know people on here that truly show how disrespectful they are with women by their living arrangements and so many other things, so many other factors. When a carrot gets chewed down and there's nothing left on that fucking carrot, they're gone. Gone. It's bye-bye. But as long as that money's there, well, they'll stay for the ride. It could be a pretty good ride, too. But the money's gone. They have no reason to be there. Like people say, Frank's not rich. But yet she's still with me. I'm broke as a skoke, right? Is that what you say? But she's still with me. She is, that she is. Okay, anybody have any words of wisdom to share here before I get off? Nice try at another show, Popeye, but it's just the same shit another day, man. You're gonna have to get more original than that. You said all you need to say about me. You made up enough shit about me to last a lifetime. Does it apply to me? Of course not. You just like saying it. It fills up that empty gap in your life to talk about me, besides the fact that I think you're attracted to me. Anyway, I gotta finish my housework. That's right. Hey, let me tell you something. When I lived alone, I did all my cooking. I did all my cleaning. Take care of it for me. I was quite self-sufficient, and I did not need a woman to do that shit. She does this stuff because, well, Filipinos are that way. Filipinas. They're naturally nurturing people. And they happen to care a lot about you, too. They like taking care of you. That's what they do. However, don't make that prerequisite in a relationship. That I would say is wrong. Help out. You get a lot more loving back. More ways than one. If you help them out, take some of that pressure off them. Her job is to be your partner, not to be your household slave. Show the love by helping out. Show her that you appreciate her hard work that she does for you. You think it's easy? It's not. She wears a lot of hats, but she don't wear a MAGA hat, but she wears a lot of different hats. Cook, cleaner, lover, partner. She's a mother. She's a true Filipina. Not trying to pretend to be something that she's not. She's not smoking cigars as a phallic symbol. And she doesn't go around putting filters on her. Oh, she's experimented with that. It's not something she does regularly at all. She don't need filters. The only time she'll put makeup on and stuff like that is like today. She's going to a wedding. She wants to look good. She cares about what she looks like. Does she need to wear any makeup or anything? Oh, hell no. As I said, I don't know. She's just so much more photogenic than I am. Any picture taken of her, she looks so good all the time. I said, you don't need all that shit. Still looking good, though. She ain't got no big old ruby red lipstick on, nothing like that. Some very basic stuff. And she's like, wow. She looks good without it, and she looks even better with it, but she don't put much makeup on. That's the keeper. But not everything is about looks, obviously, but there's some really damn good women out there that I think a lot of you guys are missing out on because you're so used to getting that young pussy that you're overlooking some really great Filipinas out here that are over 30 years old. God forbid she's a granny. If she's over 30 years old, she's a fucking granny. So that's how spoiled you guys got. Because you know, the only place you could come, you're never going to get it in America. You're never going to get a piece of ass if that's young in America. You know, you're not that special. I assure you, you're not. That's why you come here. They wouldn't even look at you in America. Or Britain, or whatever country you hail from. But you do here, like 5 easy pieces, right? And you're so proud. You're so proud. You put notches on your belt. Well, I tagged this one today. Oh, they sit around with the boys getting drunk and they talk about the one that got away. The big fish that got away. They never had that big fish. All they had were minnows and he had to pay for it. Is that not the truth? They can boast all they want. Jay can boast all he wants. He is not getting any woman voluntarily to be with him unless he takes out the cash. And they hang around with him because they might get a cheap meal from him. But where does he take them? If he gets to take them home at all, he lives in nothing but backpacker hotels. What happened to all this Bitcoin money? What happened, Jay? Who lives with his mommy? Enough said. Look, I think I painted a pretty damn good portrait of these people on here. And I think you can all relate to what I say. Some of you are not going to admit it, because I got a lot of trolls on here that are listening right now. They know I'm right. All I can say is take a good look at yourself. Oh, look at that. I had a thumbs up before you even showed up as a viewer. Wow, that's enthusiasm. That's enthusiasm. Well, that is awfully weird. No, that's not what I'm talking about you on here. Oh, okay. Barry Jordan has been coming on Jim's wife's channel, Dexel, pretty often, and he'll make some comments on there. Checking her out, hey Barry, you checking her out? Checking her out? Your next victim? I don't think so. Anyway, call me a dum-dum, and well, who's the one that's been in jail almost 3 years? You know, but it really was a comment that he put in there on Dexel's channel, saying, "Where's your Thanksgiving, dum-dum?" I said, with my family. Every day is Thanksgiving. You wouldn't understand that, Barry. You really wouldn't. You just don't get it, man. Every day is Thanksgiving. When you're alive, you have your freedom. Every day is Thanksgiving. Don't need to have a turkey on the table, Barry, for Thanksgiving. No matter what we eat, it's going to be better than a bowl of soggy rice. That's for sure. No, I don't always celebrate Thanksgiving. Christmas, yeah, it's a... Birthdays, of course. How many holidays, really? Thanksgiving is, it's optional here, as it is for Filipino people. It becomes kind of optional, kind of a trade-off of, well, Western culture influence, basically. Man, I gotta adjust that air conditioner. It's right. It'll come right on my legs. You ever feel that happening when you got air blown on your legs, or air conditioning makes your legs actually hot because your blood vessels are reacting to it? What a weird feeling. Both thighs. I gotta aim this thing up so it doesn't have direct shots on my legs when I'm sitting in the living room. Anyway. Hello, Barry. I hope you're tolerating your situation. You'll be home. I think your masters are going to come to your rescue. Well, they might. You never know. I guess then the question is, where do you go from there? That's a big question. What happens to your life? Hello, Miss Cyan 27C, whatever that is. I don't know. That's what you got to consider, man. Like that song, where do we go from here? Now that all of our children have grown up. Empty nest syndrome. Empty nest syndrome. You got no family. You got no real friends. You get released back into society again. And it's like starting life all over again. That's kind of hard. But see, with me, my life is going on right now. I don't have a resemblance of life. I actually have life. The littlest thing I do, still, I got life. Whether sitting home watching a good movie on TV, being with my girlfriend of many, many years, is fulfilling. It always has been. I had 11 people here at this time of day. That's unusual. Back down to 6. Damn right. Well, I'm not a genius. Did you come here to mock me, Strife is Justice? Like they say, is that a tool in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? Okay. Oh, Barry's probably listening. He's got used to his phone. I kind of wonder, technically it was Thanksgiving here. Well, yesterday, really. Though technically it's, in America, I guess it's today. Okay. Yeah, anyway, where was I? Oh, Barry just doesn't learn, man. He don't learn. He never will. I like to know is do they give any special meals? Well, that's right. It's not really a holiday. It's not really a holiday in the Philippines. So I don't think the warden was giving any extra food or anything crazy. Just another day of soggy rice and vegetables. God, that's got to be killing him. If he does have a budget and he has money coming in from any source, oh my God, is he putting it out? I can imagine the Coca-Cola he drinks, like gallons of that shit. Might as well just drink acid. Get it over with quicker. Yeah. Oh, seriously, that shit's mean. You could use that to clean the stains off your toilet bowl. It'll take paint off a car. Imagine what's doing to your body parts. I don't drink that shit, so I don't worry about it. Got 11 people at this time. That's unusual. Not gonna knock it. Can Barry special order food? Somebody would have to order it from him. The guards are not gonna go order it for him. He could order it out from another individual on the outside, could bring it to him. But my understanding is that you cannot be ordering, unless they change the rules. That's the last thing I heard of. Is that no, I don't think he could order from his cell. I don't think so. He was able to do that in Mandawi, but where he is now, because he could be back in Bigkitan, it's no better than Bilibid, Montalupa. It's no better at all. Grab, I know, grab. I really don't know. I can only speculate. I really don't know the answer to that. Things could have changed. I don't know. It's hard to tell. But question is, where's he getting his money from? Okay, I cannot see Social Security continuing to send him checks. I don't even know how that's possible. He's a convicted felon, and he'll cut your ass right off on it. He's not on a direct SSDI, Social Security for people who worked and so forth, because he's supposed to have a disability. Claims his back. It's probably more mental, but I'm sure if he has a disability, obviously he has something. I think it's more mental than physical. There's nothing wrong with his back. There's nothing wrong with his back. Yeah, some of the acrobatics this guy can do in the bedroom. There's nothing wrong with his back. So it comes to women. The pain. Was he from Lost in Space? Dr. Zachary, what was his name? Oh, the pain. No, he's just a pain in the ass. He got no pain in his fucking back. Oh, I was thrown against a pole at a bar or something, and I really wrecked my back. Again, if you could ride a motorcycle 90 miles, you know, there's nothing wrong with your back, son. Nothing wrong with your back at all. You could straddle some chick on your fucking thighs, doing a wild thing. It takes back muscles and lower back muscles. There's nothing wrong with your back. There's nothing wrong with his back at all. Well, excuse me, besides that big hump on his back, which could be a lipoma, could be a lipoma, it could be just a big pustule that needs to be lanced or something, or, you know, osteoporosis or something, I don't know, one or the other. It's not normal, I can tell you that. I ain't got no hump on my back, he says. The hell you don't. But he likes to make these little odd comments here and there. Well, he's pissed off, you know. Yeah, we get it. I understand. I completely understand. But, you know, being pissed off all your life is not going to get you anywhere. Apparently, it really hasn't your whole life. You've had nothing but problems and trouble, getting yourself into trouble, and, you know, all on your own doing. So pat yourself on the back for that. Stop, excuse me, stop blaming people for your miserable situation in life. Blame yourself. You got nobody else to blame. And by the way, Dexel's not interested in you. Trust me. She's not interested in you. He needs a female to talk to relate to. That's why he'll come on our show and make comments every now and again. Kind of the underdog situation where, you know, she lost Jim and he lost his girlfriend, and he figures, well, you know, kindred spirits here, you know, we could maybe talk, and maybe we could contact each other privately so I have a female to talk to. For whatever his rhyme or reason. Nice and quiet today, so me and one of the kids, and let me tell you something, I like a little quiet every now and again. She attended a wedding in the Italian area, and I wasn't about to go. I've attended 2 weddings for people we knew, and it was grueling. I'm not going to go through the whole scenario again. It's a very long process for somebody to get married here in the Philippines for the Catholic Church. You'd think it was an inauguration or something, you know. It's just long, very few fans. You got to sit there through all these rituals till they finally actually get married. It doesn't end there, because then they have to stay there and picture taking and all kinds of shit. Then there's a reception, and nah. Any other kind of event I'd go, but no, nothing's wrong with my memory in that respect. When it comes to attending Philippine weddings, you gotta have a lot of patience for that stuff. Even for the people who get married, they just want to get the ceremony over. It's their magical moment, of course. They want to remember it forever, but there's plenty of video and photographs to remember for the rest of their lives. But it's the process itself that they have to go through. It's even grueling for them. It's very ceremonial out here. It's very ceremonial. Me, when I got married, we flopped $40,000 to a preacher, little Chapel of the Bells place that was off the highway, so rode off the highway, sign some pay, whatever, you're married. I'm glad I didn't spend no money on her. That was it. Let's just give the baby a name. There you go. Guess I was old-fashioned. Oh, yeah. Oh. I gotta adjust that fucking air conditioner, man. It's like a kind of a neuropathy thing. Actually, I don't know if you notice, probably a lot of things you don't know, but as I said, I know a lot about a lot of things, but I don't know everything about everything, you know. And that happens with my girlfriend too. She has a fan directly blowing on her. Sometimes she could get cramps in her arm or whatever it is. Or if you got it blown on your thighs, like I had blown on my thighs, you know, the blood comes to the surface from the cold air and creates like a little bit of, it's not crampy, it's just a, I don't know, just a weird feeling. Both thighs, so yeah, both thighs. And while I'm talking about this, the damn thing is still directed at my thighs from a distance, but nevertheless still is. Oh, pardon me with the, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I'm sorry with the yawning here. No, it's actually a very quiet day today. Quiet day today. Gotta figure out what I'm eating tonight. I don't want any chicken. I don't want any chicken. We bought a few things, but unfortunately they're frozen. Take too long to defrost them. Another yawn. God, I could feel that. I could feel that. It's funny, she goes through that too. And actually, they say, if you go to bed at night, try not to point your fan directly at any exposed part of your body, legs, extremities, because that's sometimes what happens. It's the nerve endings get affected by that push of air against your body. I don't know if anybody's ever had that happen to them. It happens to me every now and again. Rarely, but it does happen. More often with her. Well, we got a ceiling fan, so I mean, I don't know. For some reason, it seems to work better with the ceiling fan. But we don't keep the air conditioner on at night anymore, so we don't need it. Cool the room down and just put the ceiling fan on medium or high, whatever suits your purpose, and you're good for the whole night. All right, nobody's talking out there. Barry boy, I don't know what to tell you anymore, man. I hope you do get out. Hope you do get out. But, you know, what you're going to be facing is, I don't know. It's either whether it could be better or worse than your situation. I really don't know. Because I don't know what's awaiting you if you went directly to Alabama or something. I don't know what's awaiting you there. Your family's not awaiting you, that's for sure. Your son ain't awaiting you. You know, your so-called friends are not awaiting you. Nobody's helped you, man. They must say something. That nobody wants to help you. But don't worry. The High Road Club will come to your rescue. Soon, you'll be out by Christmas. How does that sound? I heard from a little bird, Barry, and I won't get your hopes up. Don't want to get your hopes up. I wouldn't want to do that. But heard from a little bird that said that you might be out for Christmas. Yeah, you realize if that happens, you're going to disappoint Popeye a lot because he has a big special coming up made just for you. Haven't seen the count yet on there. How many days? Is it close to 1,000 days now or something like that? I don't know. Yeah, you'll be home. I mean, you know, you can't be staying there in perpetuity. You have to look up that word if you don't understand what perpetuity is. Perpetual, okay. Just look it up. I can spell it for you if you want, but you know. No, they can't do that to you unless you do something wrong again. You're never going to leave that place. But if I were you, I would just behave. Just behave. Be a good boy. Don't get into any fights, and you probably had a few in there. Or maybe you learned a lesson by getting your ass kicked in there. It's not a pleasant place, I'm sure. Learn your lesson. Learn your lesson well. Don't remain in hell. It's all up to you, son. It's all up to you. where you want to take your future. Yeah, we've been kind of winding down on the show here. I've never... God, this year's got to be the worst, I think. I think when some morons and, deficient mentally or otherwise people disappear and die and whatever happens to them, there's always somebody to replace them. And we got a few doozies out there, I'll tell you that. There's always somebody to replace them. Always happens. But I think we're going to be kind of winding down here on YouTube. I've been feeling it in my bones. I've been feeling it in my bones. It's kind of hard carrying a show. Popeye loves his monologues. He loves them. I'm not really big on monologues. Popeye likes to hear the sound of his own voice, but that's never been the case with me. I'm not a speech maker, really. Never was in personal life. Only on YouTube. But at least I speak it the truth. I should be the Truth Seeker channel, not the person who took that name. I think I'd had it for a while, but somebody took it. Are you guys afraid to talk? I'm going to bite your head off, or it's just that I know you're specific trolls? Hi, Big E. Hi, Mick Fisher. There's a few of them anyway. Maybe that time is coming, boys. Maybe that time is coming. Again. Again. I'm not trying to get 100,000 subscribers on here. I'm lucky I got what I got. Although I did reach a high point one time for 13,000 subscribers, and they said I bought them. I guarantee you, I wouldn't buy these subscribers. I wouldn't put my money toward that. And if I would continue, I don't know what I'd have by now. Not that it really makes a difference, monetized or not. I would have got many donations anyway. So I'm not missing anything at all. Uh-oh, low battery, 5%. Well, see? Timing on here. The phone's already telling me I got low battery, which means it's a good time to get off here. So, what do we got? Bueno Cano. My intuition tells me Barry is talking to Jim's ex because he thinks she has money from Jim. Okay, now, the question is, would that surprise me? Nah. That's not going to surprise me at all. We know Barry's tactics, don't we, very well. Damn, I think I need to plug in here. Just turn this fan off here, too. Now, you might be right on that. He's a grifter. He's a grifter, drifter, scam artist. You don't put anything past Barry. You know that. Got some smiley faces floating across my screen. Thank you very much. Well, if you want me to continue just a little bit longer, I will, but I got to have some dialogue here, or else I should get too bored. I got adjusted air conditioner anyway. I'm not on that chair anymore. I said, damn. Even though it's across the room, damn thing's blowing right on my legs. Well, your intuition's probably pretty good, Bueno Cano. But God, weddings, no, I just can't do that. I don't even like my own wedding. To attend somebody, and I don't even really know these people. She knows them, but I don't really know them. Of course, I was invited, but I don't know these people. I can't be part of a wedding when I don't even know these people. I mean, that makes sense. I just, it's a courtesy to have the husband or boyfriend, whatever, come there. But she knows them. I don't. If they walked up to me right now, I might not even recognize them. I want to at least know the person I'm going to attend their wedding. Don't make any sense. Yeah, I might have to go to the store and get something to eat because everything's frozen here. Everything's frozen. We didn't defrost any meats or nothing. Except the problem is, if I want to buy something from a restaurant out here, I just don't know what the hell to buy. I can't have chicken parmesan all my life, you know, because it's the only thing in town that, you know, is tasty. Oh, you know, they got other things, but nothing that I'm that terribly. You know, even if you had even if you go out for dinner and say mashed potatoes is going to be on the side, they take it out of a box. It's powdered mashed potatoes. They're not using regular potatoes to make their mashed potatoes. I like, you know, real dinners, you know, homemade. I like homemade better than any restaurant. I got a chance to go back to a couple of good places in Cebu. Thank goodness for that. I was almost going to bring home some stuff from SNR, but we didn't. I don't know how I would have survived the trip, really. But then again, the SNR, that little food thing they got in there, I'm not that big on their pizza. I like the hot dogs, but my mind keeps on telling me what's inside those hot dogs and the nitrites and all the shit that's in there. And I think about that. Beaks and claws and all kinds of shit in there. I get a visual of that and I just can't eat the hot dog anymore. It's difficult. I do care about what I eat. I actually do. Because you get that point in your life and your age that, you know, the only person going to give a shit about you is yourself and your partner. You know, really. Your family don't give a shit what family you have left. So you got to take care of yourself. The clock winds down, my friends. It winds down. Oh, God. Some of the more popular shows are getting more boring than ever. We got Overstay Road. Oh, my God. It's just getting worse and worse. He used to be the king. He called himself. He's over there playing around in, where the hell did he go? Thailand or something. He's showing people how to wash a leather jacket. He bought a leather jacket for $10 eons of time ago in a thrift shop. And this is when things get bad, you know. And he is telling people that he throws it in the wash machine with detergent. And people are like, what? He's trying to convince them that, see, does a good job. Does a good job. And he wears this heavy leather jacket in the tropics. I can't figure that part either. Why does he need a leather jacket in the tropics? Is he also losing his monkey-ass mind? He's not been doing a lot of exciting shows. That's probably the most exciting show he's done lately. Did a whole show about a leather jacket and how to clean it. Oh, don't take it to the... No, he said, don't take it to the cleaners. No. All you need is to... Maybe he just didn't want to spend the money to do it. He throws it in the wash machine and he spins it on low cycle and hangs it on a rack outside to dry in the hot sun, then turns it inside out. Does it come down to that, folks? How to wash a leather jacket? Okay. Times are hard, I guess, for people. I don't know. Look, when you talked about everything in the world on YouTube, you do run out of things to say, and you gotta get creative like me. But it still takes a lot of energy out of me too to get creative. It takes a lot out. I do mention things I've talked about before, but right off the bat, I'll tell you. I'll say, yes, I'm being redundant, but I'm going to talk about this for a reason to talk about it again. And I'll give the reason why I'll be talking about something on here. I'll give you that much. Because I get bored when I listen to somebody's show. Maybe something different today. No. Same shit, another day. Yeah, it is. It's getting. Yeah, it is getting tiring. It really is. Apparently not tiring enough for a lot of you people because you live for the drama and stuff. But I really don't live for that drama. I don't know what you're thinking, but no, I really don't. I get entertained like anybody else does, but sometimes I get pretty old too. I think these people, instead of trying to put their whole lives on hold to listen to somebody on YouTube because they like them even or don't like them, either way, this is a waste of their own time as they're getting older. I don't care. Go to the store. Get out of the fucking house. Play some Scrabble. I don't know. Whatever turns you on at your house or whatever you do at your life in your retired age, don't get into that habit of constantly having to watch troll channels all the time and even be a participant in such. It's such a waste of your breath. It's a waste of time. Sure, you get curious, and so do I. But as I said, that gets old. As curious as you might be to see who's talking about you, it just gets old. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. I need to get off this thing anyway. I have a small project in mind that I'm very reluctant to do, and I mean very reluctant to do. Don't have to tell you everything what the project is, but I'm extremely reluctant to do it, but I feel that I need to do it. It's not that hot out that I can't do it. It won't take much time, but I really... Oh, I could show you the air conditioner that we supposedly were selling, but I'm not going to bother to do that. Supposedly it was so broke that we were selling one of our window-mounted air conditioners. No, sorry, Popeye. We weren't doing that. Well, Barry, listen, man, you be a good boy, son, okay? You'll be free before you know it. I know you're going to go right back to all your debauchery and everything you do. But that's your doing, Barry. You control your future, good or bad, man. I'm being nice when I say this. You are in control of your future. According to what you do, how you do it, when you do it, if you do it, or you don't do it, whatever that might pertain to, you are in control of the rest of your life. Unless you want the law to be in control of your life, all your life, for the remaining years you have, I don't think you have that many. You've been rode hard, Barry. You've been rode real hard. Now you got to start taking care of yourself. If you gained weight, you got to lose it. If you lost too much weight, you might have to gain some. Start taking care of yourself. I mean, do I care? No, I don't give a shit about you. I'm just giving you good advice. Take care of yourself. Develop a different attitude about life, and people will be attracted to you. In an inner way, certainly not an outer way, but show people you have a heart. Do nice things for people. Give instead of taking. That's a good start right there. Appreciate the experience that you've had being locked up abroad and learn from that experience. Learn. We all learn from bad experiences in our life. Hopefully we build up on it and we learn from it. And that applies to me and anybody else on here. It's okay to make mistakes. We're human. But to keep on making these mistakes over and over again, that's when something's awfully wrong. Low self-esteem. I don't know what your problem is. You have many problems, but dust yourself off and try to build your life up. Once you'll be out of it. You might even be out before Christmas. I think the High Roaders Club, that's the rumor, is planning to bust you out. I've tried to help Barry in some ways, Kano. I really did. From when I first met him. Helped him out with a little pocket change, a little medicine one time, I
gave him $20, told him he was supposed to buy teeth, although false teeth, and he never spent it on there along with other people's money. I've actually done some good things for Barry, but he seems to forget that. He seems to forget that. You know, I'm not a bad guy. If someone treats me right, I'm going to treat them right back. I mean, that's just who I am. Never mind all the shit talk they talk about me. I mean, you got to know me personally to know who I really am. Our online personalities can be misconstrued to be something totally different than who you are or how people see you. And that's not who I am. All the shit talk about me, alleging this and alleging that and alleging this. You can allege all you fucking want. It doesn't mean I'm that person. Okay, there is something I wanted to mention on here. Roid rage. And why did I bring that up? I brought that up because I forgot that football player's name, and he died only at the age of 40-something. He was in the NFL, but he was known for being highly aggressive on the football field. And the guy was taking major steroids and testosterone. And he wound up dying from I don't know, related to cancer or something with that. Now Jim, that you'll know is Jim's Asian Adventures on here, or Asian Adventures with Jim. That's why he breaks out and he gets belligerent. All his concern is about his muscle. The guy says today, well, not today, the guy died quite a while ago, but he goes, I wish I never touched the shit. He was just aggressive with everyone, man. Forgot his name. I was just watching that thing, too. You would think the High Roller Club would come through. You would think so, wouldn't you? Oh, we'll see. But taking steroids, man. In fact, you know what? You could take creatine, which will help you with a little bit of muscle mass and other things, too. It does good things for you, as long as you take the minimum dose. But you see, I thought of taking that. It's a natural thing in your body, but the problem with that is there's some, well, not proven, but there's a correlation between, if you had any trouble with your kidneys at all, like kidney stones, then there's no proven, but they're thinking that it could create more kidney stones. Yeah. Yeah, creatine could also give you a little energy. It could also give you more solid muscle mass, and they actually recommend it as you get older. But you know how it is. There's always something, right? You know, if you had kidney issues at all, there's really nothing wrong with my kidney. It was a stone in my urethra, but that was taken care of. But still, if you have the history, and it's really twice in my life. We're talking about a long time ago. And then the other one was a little over a year ago now. How long has it been? Boy, time's going by real fast. Bueno, Connors, it seems that Jim has a bit of roid rage behind any mention of Ricky. I know, he's a tough man. But don't misjudge Jim in a way. If he's on his fucking steroids, I mean, he could do things that might be pretty serious. After all, he's been in trouble all his life. As part of it anyway.
He's been taking, he admitted he's been taking steroids and other shit, for 20 fucking years, 2 decades, man. That's not healthy. You don't really want to mess with steroids. Everyone who's ever been on them regret it, because now they're dead. There's how many wrestlers died from steroids and other people in different professions. Shit, man, they'd give steroids to horses, they give it to, you name it. You don't want to mess around. There's a song, Don't Mess Around with Jim. Well, first of all, I think he's probably a real pussy in nature, but I don't think you want to mess with Jim when he's on steroids. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Because you're not thinking clearly. He's big enough to cause damage to somebody. I always heard creatine puts water in your muscle. No, not water, but it works on a molecular level. Just reading about that today. Actually, today, like I said, I'm not always on YouTube listening to these lame shows. I will listen to some of them, but I'm usually doing more research on other shit. A lot of times I might have a movie on TV, but I'm actually looking up something on YouTube or Google, and learning about something that might pertain to me in one form or another. Yeah, creatine, you just don't want too much of it in your urine with your kidneys. I'm not really well read on it. I went over a little bit. But I know they say that, well, a lot of times they were talking about athletes, and I would say, what about a non-athlete? I told them what my age is, all that stuff. And I had a kidney stone before, over a year ago. It would basically say the same thing. They're careful with medical advice. Check with your physician, have some tests, check your creatine level and all that shit. That's all they're going to tell you, really. Liability-ish, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, I think they certainly will even recommend it if you have no serious health problems, or don't have any kidney problems or anything else. That they said creatine at its lowest level, maybe take 5. Is it milligrams? I forgot what they were measuring in. 3 to 5 milligrams or something. And you could do that daily. It's supposed to give you more energy and help solidify your muscles a little bit without taking steroids. It's a better option to do that. But he takes all that. Now he says that he's an expert in nutrition. Well, I'm not an expert in nutrition. I know a lot about it. He studied it, whatever. He also said a lot of other things. He got a degree, and he's never even finished fucking high school, probably. It was probably a dropout. In fact, I think he mentioned that, actually, from his own words. I don't think he made it through high school. Bueno Canos, a lot of his supporters are people from the lifting. I see. I noticed some of the comments, yeah. The lifting community, mostly skinny or overweight guys who cannot get a date and experiment with roids. Oh, let me tell you, especially if you're overweight, don't fuck with steroids, man. You're going to definitely get a heart attack. What your muscles look like does not make up who you are. It takes more than steroids to make a man. It doesn't take a beard and a mustache to make you macho. It doesn't take steroids to make you a real man. A real man has feelings. A real man's not afraid to show them. A real man doesn't need a muscle-bound body to prove he's a man. A real man doesn't have to get laid by different women, different days of the week. A real man doesn't impregnate a woman and run away from her like Jay did. That's not a real man. They're not real men. They pretend to be, and they try to be as macho as they can, but it just doesn't show out. It doesn't work. I don't care how big you are, how many muscles you got. Does that make you a real man? Not really. It has nothing to do with being a real man. Well, like Fozzie used to say, a real man has tools. and knows how to work his tools. That's a real man. That's what Fazio said. Well, we saw the size of his mushroom. Was he a real man? Oh, God. Embarrassing moments in life. That was one of his, of many, 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 many embarrassing moments on camera. Yep. I'm not proficient on any fucking tools. I've used all kinds of different tools. It doesn't mean I'm proficient with them. See, that's the difference between me and them. I'm honest. I'm not going to say I did this and did that, and I'm an expert at this or that if I, really wasn't an expert in something. We're at the 2% point here. Kano says, for them, his age validates that roids are safe, although Jim has various health problems. Yeah, you got to watch that. Well, they'll learn on their own. They start developing a heart problem, and then it's all over. Because once you have a heart attack, I hate to tell you this, I don't have any encouraging news for you, really. You've already, weakened your heart, and there's a better than good chance you're going to get a recurrence again. And if it was a problem having to do with, like, clogged arteries, unless you had it taken care of or something, and you had an angioplasty or something like that to clear your arteries with a stent. And I don't even trust stents either. They can get loose, believe it or not. But there's no good answer for anything really on that. I mean, you just don't want to fuck with your heart in any way, So he's, 54 now? Well, I think if Jim continues on his path of destruction, he's not going to live to see 60. That's just my play on this. 20 years as a career in abusing roids. Yeah, kind of that would be. All for muscle. Who fucking cares? The only muscle you need as you get older is you got to develop a little bit of muscles, only for strength, not for show. Because it's very imperative that your legs are strong enough to hold you up so you could walk, and your balance, and your arms and hands work. You can grip things, pull yourself up, you can carry things, and be self-sufficient. That's why you need to do like I do, and I don't, go out of my way with it. I do some types of exercises that pertain to this matter, and that's what I do. I'm not thinking at my age, without roids, that I'm going to build up a big physique. That's never going to happen. And you don't want to push yourself anyway. No. A lot of people that get into weights, and they're just putting too much strain on their heart. They're not acclimated to it. Now, I would say that Jim is acclimated to doing that, but taking the roids is basically, he's going to go into self-destruction on there. That's a serious medicine to take. And of course, you should have physician supervision, but he ain't getting physician supervision out here or whatever in Southeast Asia or whatever. He get whatever he wants out there, Oh, good, I get it cheaper out here. Let me buy a bunch of it. So you see Jim going into one of his tirades, he's been drinking for one, which combination is not a good idea. The fucker is addicted to chewing tobacco, which I think that's one of the nastiest things in the world you can do, is chewing tobacco. Does he carry around a spittoon or something? In the old days in the West, these saloons were nasty, man. They'd be chewing tobacco all the time. They'd be spitting it all over the fucking floor. No, that's for real. I'm talking about nasty. There's no such thing as hygiene back in those days. They barely bathed. And having sex with a woman must have been the most disgusting experience in the world for her. They didn't brush their teeth if they even had any. God, and they chew tobacco too. Can you imagine that? I don't think making out, kissing was really part of their sexual experience, because I don't think the women could stand it. And I don't blame them. Hey man, I mouthwash, I brush my teeth, I mouthwash every single day, if not twice at least. Shit, I'll change my t-shirt if I've been smoking or something. I wear a t-shirt to bed because I don't want to get bitten by any ambient mosquitoes or anything that might come in a room. And I don't go to bed. I got a light t-shirt on. A lightweight t-shirt, not too heavy material. Nice, clean, doesn't smell of any tobacco. I'm very courteous when it comes to shit like that. What else here? Kano says Jim had a video buying testosterone for $8. And he actually injects it into himself daily. Walking heart attack. Yeah, testosterone too. We didn't cover that, but yeah, that's definitely, you need a doctor's supervision on that shit. He's been doing it such a long time, so he claims to be an expert on both. I'll bet you he's not doing it right. It shrinks your nuts or something on there. It does something with your nut sack or something, or your nuts. Truthfully, I don't think he could perform sex. I mean, let's think about it. All the drinking he does, roids, testosterone. You would think testosterone would make him a manly man, but that's not true. The drinking don't help either. I don't think the guy could get it up, to be honest with you. That's just my opinion, and I'm not an expert. Don't pretend to be. I'm just speculating that that's probably the case. Of course he didn't have sex with that girl he hangs around with. Although he did make a reference once or twice that was his girlfriend. Then another show he corrected, say, no, she's just a friend. We never had sex and blah, blah, blah. Then I asked the question, what is she hanging around him for? Is it kind of like a daddy figure or something? That's the only thing I could figure out. And he doesn't spend a lot on food. He'll eat eggs and rice and stuff like that. He won't, he's living in a saddle tramps type of room, a backpacker's type of room made probably to the comfort of a backpacker. He doesn't spend a lot of money. So as far as him being a millionaire, yeah, right. I said you can't believe anybody on here at all. Okay, I'm going to let my phone charge up here. I got it plugged in. I could be on a little longer, but I don't see the reason. I kind of talked about whatever I wanted to talk about on here. I don't know. You might be seeing me a little more scarce starting tomorrow. Because actually, when I do these morning shows and I'm on more than an hour, it's kind of interfering with my normal routine, which usually is after I've been up for maybe an hour. I will make a good attempt at doing some exercise, some resistance exercises, and a little bit with the dumbbells and stuff. And then what happens is if I'm on YouTube too long, I get lazy. I put it off for later, and I do it later. Sometimes I don't. So I got to put got to curb my appetite. You notice that Ricky never has the camera below his neck, and his face is getting fatter. Well, two people, I'll get that in a minute. Below his neck, and his face is getting fatter. He's likely pushing 400 pounds since the Fazio slap. I also noticed on Jay, he's doing occasional shows on here. Jay's face got pretty big, puffy cheeks, and it looks like he gained weight. I did notice that. First thing I noticed, actually. So Jay's gained some weight. Yeah, Ricky's got to watch it, man. Look, I've said it many times before, and I'll say it again, man. He's a time bomb ready to go off. I mean, he really is. His cortisol levels must be high, too. It gets all jacked up and stuff, They say, oh, you're taking this prescription medicine, Frank. I got news for you guys. what I take actually lowers cortisol levels. So I have a lesser chance of dying from a heart attack having anything to do with high cortisol levels. See, experts like Popeye and all these people, they don't understand about cortisol levels. And what I take is actually known to lower it. Imagine it. Kano says, Jay also, yeah, he looks pre-diabetic with the neck rolls and pregnancy stomach. He's got a pear shape or something like that, you know. Well, pre-diabetic, it's a sign. That's why I'm being very careful with too much carbs, though I do admit, though, a lot of shit we eat does have carbs in it, but there are different types, and different ways of affecting your glucose level. I had that number. That number is right at the border. As I said, there are circumstances during the previous 3 months before I got that test that would contribute to a reading of 5.7, which is a borderline between being pre-diabetic and diabetic. It's the lower end of the scale, but nevertheless. But there are certain things you probably ate during those 3 months, so it's never really exact. Because if you normally don't really indulge in a lot of ice cream, and I remember those 3 months prior to getting this test, we had a lot of occasions where we did have some ice cream around, we had cake around, some cookies or something was brought over, donuts or whatever. And if it was around, I indulged in it. Although I don't go out and buy that stuff. But what happens is you have an appetite for something and somebody brings back from Cebu some donuts or this and that. That happened on many occasions. So I don't really go by that specific number based on the past 3 months because it's actually not accurate. He has the oddest shape. And for some reason, he thinks he's a player. A pear-shaped man. Living in a pear-shaped world. Partridge in a pear tree. And look at it this way, folks. Don't worry about these guys. Let them do with their life what they want. I believe that they are all their own worst enemies. And that's for real. They're their own worst enemies. They just don't know or understand what they're doing to themselves. Yeah, Ricky's been really out of control with the weight. The last time, not too long ago, he was on camera. Yeah, his face got even more puffed up. I honestly don't think, I just think he's out of control. I don't think he could help himself. That's what it is, when something gets out of control. And despite what Popeye or anybody says, the prescription shit that I take, I haven't built up a certain, what they call a tolerance. I have not built up. It means I don't graduate from certain milligram dosage to another higher milligram dosage. No. It's been the same dosage for ever since I've ever taken it. I've never graduated, shall I say, to a higher level. So in other words, that's under control. But however, people can get their eating out of control. They can get their drinking out of control. And that's directly going to affect them. It ain't going to take that many years to affect their everything, really, besides their liver. Their kidneys could break down, too. Now, I'm always careful with my kidney situation since I had the stone. Because I do believe there was a small stone actually in the kidney, besides the other. But that one, the last time I went for an ultrasound, they didn't see anything. So that got flushed out. I'm trying to drink as much water, and also lemon water as much as I can on that. It's a good practice anyway, really. Last comment, Kano. Admittedly, this community has entertained me since retirement. You seem the most level-headed, Frank. I think I am, most of the time. Yeah. In fact, something to share with you I thought was funny. I mentioned this before years ago. When I was a kid, I always remember this. I don't know why. It's kind of funny, though. I went in the drugstore. My mom sent me to the drugstore to pick something up, local pharmacy in Mount Vernon, New York. And there's some old lady in there. And I was just talking to the druggist, and, young man, you seem like a very level-headed young man, she said to me. And I don't know what she meant by level-headed. Is my head flat or something? Yeah, level-headed. I didn't understand what she meant exactly. Level-headed. She thought I had a flat head or something. For some reason, I always remember that. Kano says, Jay cannot be taller than 5. I haven't met him in person. I have not. I've just seen him on video, and I've seen him standing near other people, and he was really short. I've seen him standing by Barry, but I could not make an accurate analogy of how tall he was compared to Barry, because Jay would put his camera on the table somewhere, and nearer objects always appear bigger, of course, than objects in a distance. So Barry being in the distance, Jay being in the front. So like they say in a mirror, objects may appear, larger than they really are, or smaller than they are, whatever in a mirror. Just the optics that have to do with this. I could tell that he was not tall, but I don't know if he was taller than Barry or not. Well, he's got to be taller than 5 feet, don't you think? 5'2", maybe. That's kind of cutting it short. Cutting it short. Barry for real is, of course, I've seen Barry on numerous occasions in court and otherwise and outside of court, Oh, he is short. In fact, when I met Barry, he came over unannounced that time. He said the same for me. And I said, oh, you look different, I said to him. I said, I thought you were a lot bigger, on camera. Of course, he answered back with the same thing, saying, yeah, same thing, I thought you were bigger too. But it's something that I noticed right away. He was very small. And then when they were fucking with that picture of me and Barry and Higante near my gate where I used to live, they fucked around in there and made Barry look taller than me. Well, if you've all seen the real picture, I had it on there. And what do you think of my thumbnail? Is it on there? I don't know if it is or not. I got a very lovely picture of my sweetie on there. Did you guys check it out? Looking lovely. That's why they're all jealous. Because pretty much I got my shit together, at least compared to a lot of these morons. Does that show out on there? I don't know if it does or not. I don't know what you see. I would give Jay 5'2", you think? Yeah? Probably about 5, say 5'2". I'm not a tall guy, but I'm definitely a lot taller than Jay, and I'm a lot taller than Barry. Gilda looking amazing. Yes, that was taken today. And yes, I will say that she has a little bit of makeup on, and I'm the one that says don't do any filtering, but she doesn't have much makeup on. Mostly what you see on there is her eyelashes, which just kind of darkened, whatever, to extend. And she didn't have much on her face, and what lipstick was kind of I don't know what she put on there. It's kind of a light, something very light but natural. That's what she looks like. And yes, she is 50 years old. She'll be 51 in next February. They call her Granny, but tell you what, have a granny looking like that, you're doing pretty good. I realize what I got. I do. I appreciate it every single day, guys. I appreciate it every single day I wake up. Yeah, I'll even say, how did I deserve somebody like this? I'll say that to myself. Not that I'm putting down myself, but I don't know, man. The cards, I don't know. Karma, whatever's good for me. Yeah, she's an attractive woman. She's getting old. Of course she is, you know. And she's not fat or anything. She's not as thin as when I met her, but no, she's fine on that. She gained a couple of pounds, but not much. She's still holding out. I'm amazed, but I'm happy. She tries to take care of herself, except the vitamin thing. I don't want to force her to do anything, you know, because I care about her a lot. I'd like her to take certain vitamins. She doesn't have to take as many as I do. Just certain things I feel that she needs. And they're all vain in their own way. I mean, there's some vitamins she could take that would help with aging and stuff like that, but she might use like skin creams or something, but you know, yeah. But you can't tell them what to do. You can't force somebody to do something that they just don't want to do. I mean, that's fair, a fair statement. Yeah, she does look. The main thing is, not anybody what thinks about her. She looks good to me, and that's all that matters. You're not in a relationship with her. I am. And I consider myself very fortunate. I think I've done very well. I'm not chasing after, you know, I'm not a cradle robber. She's a mature woman, and that's what I wanted, a mature woman. I'm not running around the Philippines looking for 20-year-olds and 18-year-olds or 14-year-olds like some of these guys do. It's absolutely disgusting. Just really disgusting. I'm not looking for a harem. One woman is fine enough for me, thank you very much. Especially these fucking guys claim they're religious and all that shit. They act so righteous, but yet they want to be with more than one woman all the time. Even impregnate. What did I hear about Breavis? Did he skip out on his girlfriend and kid or something? Somebody mentioned that. Is that what happened? Did he skip out on him? And thanks for the compliment there for her, Kano. Appreciate that. Yeah, I am lucky. I can't say it enough. No, to be honest with you, I can't say it enough. I lucked out. And yes, I will rub my knuckles against my chest. I lucked out. I've had some good-looking women. And she's no fucking model. She's no fucking big beauty queen or something. She's a naturally good-looking lady. She's a naturally attractive woman, period. Naturally attractive, man. And sure, she's fucked around with filters and stuff when they do their own little selfies and stuff like that, but she don't make a habit of doing that. Almost every good picture that we have of her, that's a selfie she took of herself, or I took of her. There's no filters used. There was no filters. God, in their games, they're playing their games. And, you know, another thing is the looks is not everything either. She, you know, she's attractive and all that. But, you know, you don't love somebody for their looks. You might be enticed by their looks or whatever. It might be pleasant to look at, but it's not the external thing that makes up the person, makes up the woman. It's what she's got inside, her heart, you know, how she treats you, how respectable she is. She's not going to go with another woman and have sex with her on the dance floor and feel her tits on the dance floor. Nor am I going to make my woman in a bar feel her tits in front of a crowd just to get views. I'm not going to do that. I respect her too much. I would never do that. Ever. In public. What I do privately is what I do in private. But you don't put that kind of shit public. You know what it tells me? Without doubt, 125% is that you don't respect a woman. If you're in a bar with a woman, and you're just trying to get viewers, and you're just fucking drunk off your ass, and that doesn't give you an excuse to do that. You don't be fucking feeling you're supposed to love her, right? Got children with him, perhaps. Shoe fits wear it kind of statement here, okay? You don't on the dance floor to practically have sex on the dance floor with another woman that you wind up having a baby with. Jesus Christ, how sick are these fucking people, man? How fucking sick are these people? The way I see it is their actions speak for it speaks volumes. 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 if that's their idea of loving a woman or showing love. But as you all know, it's not all about love with these people. It's control. It's money is power equals control. Of course, they're not going to admit to this, but they put on this continual facade that they're living the life. No, living the life doesn't mean that you can go out to a five-star dinner. The life doesn't mean that you can travel everywhere. Living the life is a life where you learn to respect yourself, but you certainly learn to respect others you're with. And especially somebody you're supposed to love, you're supposed to respect them. And you don't put them on display in your camera and put all these filters on and put a cigar in their mouth for some kind of a lewd type of fucking, phallic symbol shit. It's all a fucking facade. Nothing more or less. Which I'll end that statement basically saying that if you got something good going, appreciate it. Don't let it get out of your hands. Treat somebody with respect, you get it back. But don't think that money is the answer, that that's going to hold somebody with you. Because the day something happens that you run out of money, and these women have only been with you because of the money, and you run out of money, you're going to be alone. Because you don't have the personality, you don't have respect to even have a woman. And it'll be very hard, especially as you get older, to find another woman without presenting that carrot called a wallet in front of their face. Do you agree with me? Anyone want to answer that? Respond to that statement? I'll wait a minute. I'd like to hear your response to that. Well, I guess I'm getting no response to that. Well, I made the statement anyway. You get the point. Okay, I gotta go because I gotta charge up this phone anyway. I gotta keep it open for any emergencies. So I gotta charge it up. At least Roberto is proud to be a simp. He might not even be alive. Well, let me shed a few tears. Hey, I can be compassionate, my friends, but, there's a limit to even compassion. I have to tell you that. There's a limit. There's always a limit. So hang that carrot in front of your women, folks. If that's you feel is the only way you're going to have them, get them, keep them, secure them. I think that's insecurity on that person's part. Total insecurity. Because without the money, they would not have the women, nevertheless more than one. You believe they will leave when the money is gone. That's just what well, at least you've been listening. Yes, exactly. That's my point. It happened once before to somebody on here. It had to do with money, didn't it? Like the episode Stranger Things. I'm going to do a little brief here and talk about Overstay Road. He's been around for a long time. In the earlier days, his material caught a lot more attention. The self-proclaimed king. He sit by the pool with a cigar in his mouth. And he had I guess, a lot more interesting shows if you want to find them interesting. But nothing against the guy, but I'm just making an observation that currently he's on a trip to Thailand. He's not with his wife and kid, nothing. And the question is, what's he doing in Thailand? Then it goes further. Oh, I might be back by Christmas. You might be back by Christmas? Hello? What's going on? So he can just indiscriminately take off away from his wife to go to a different country. It's his business, don't get me wrong. But it does seem a little bit intriguing. Just take off, go to another country, and do whatever he's doing out there. Which is, of course, his business too. But you can't help wondering, especially when you hear the statement, I might be back by Christmas. What was so important for him to go to another country and away from his wife and family? Interesting, isn't it? It doesn't seem like himself. His show has been kind of running out of topic matter. He's washing an old leather jacket on one of his recent shows that he bought at one of those thrift shops for $10. Like, okay. And he's wearing this sometimes in his videos in the tropics. Something bizarre is going on with this guy. Bizarro world down here lately. And he washes his leather jacket in a washer, which is something you generally do not do. And he proceeded to say how you don't need to bring it to the cleaners. Just throw it in your washer, put detergent in there, and watch it get clean, and then hang it out on a rack, and then voila, there you go, a clean leather jacket. Bizarre. Then I noticed he kind of goes off on these random shows, random rants, about nothing really. He doesn't seem to know what to talk about anymore. I think I know part of what's going on, and not completely. Now, supposedly he quit drinking. Well, he was more boisterous. He was more adventurous on his shows when he was drinking. Seemed a little bit more secure of himself. And ever since he stopped drinking, and maybe that's the whole point of this trip. Maybe he's on a bender. Maybe he's on a bender. That's why he's making the trip. Did he start drinking again? I mean, why actually does anybody really care? But I said before, I'm just very observant of people on here. And I will comment on things I find unusual, because we never know the real story. Because the real story on here is never really told. Maybe I might be back by Christmas. So the question is, what prompted him to make a trip away from his autistic child and his wife? Does he have another child too? I can't keep up with it, to be honest with you. Is it the, cessation of drinking that forced him to make a long trip? Was he getting tired of his lifestyle? Is family life affecting him in some way? Is he going through changes? Change. I guess everybody goes through changes. The mysteries of YouTubers. You never know the real story behind the things that they do. But I just want to make a note. It's just an observation. I kind of good at reading between the lines sometimes. I'm not always totally accurate, but things kind of catch my attention every now and again. And in his case, his show has changed. I don't watch him regularly at all. First of all, I can tell you that. I tune on at him every blue moon now and then, but enough to know that it's not like the old days of his show where I guess the more he drank, the more people watched his show, and maybe the more adventurous he was, and more outspoken he was. But it's been my observation for a while now that it kind of seems that he's dead in the water on topic matter. That he goes out and buys one of those, allows the camera to follow you around when you make, it's a motion sensor type deal that, pivots the camera around no matter where you walk. And he kept on walking from one side to the other to show off his toy. I don't know what the purpose of that is really. I can see a drone. They have these drones now that can actually follow you. That's pretty cool. But now they have these little pivoting electronics that will follow you around. I guess it's just like the same technology they use for drones now. How do a body buys any shit like that? But it's also their money too. They could buy what they want. But I'm just making a notation of these very strange behaviors with some people on here. We've always had strange behavior on YouTube, but you rule the kingdom one day on YouTube and then, it's all over. And you run out of things to talk about, which has never been my problem. But observation, I'm just saying, man, it's just observation. He's gone through some changes. Seems like an intelligent man. He wrote some books, Seems to be a smart guy. With a kind of a, I don't know, what is it, Southern twist? He's a mountain man, I think he said he is. But there's always twists and turns in people's personalities. Drinking does kind of release your inhibitions. And that's why a lot of people drink too, besides it being a habit. But when you make a decision to stop drinking, you will go through some changes. There's always that bottle around somewhere, or those cans of beer that are hanging around that'll, get the edge off when you really need to get the edge off, A lot of things are not what they are. For example, for those who do smoke, you get uptight about something and nervous and you want to grab a cigarette. But in actuality, the cigarette will actually increase your anxiety. It'll make your blood pressure go up a few points here and there. And the opposite happens. I know, because I'm one of them. Pretty weird. How we rely on these chemicals, all of us taking something. But I think drinking is one of the worst things to get involved with. Shorter term than smoking and stuff like that. I think drinking just hits you automatically, boom, right away, hits your liver. It puts your liver in shock and everything else. And then it's just, when you're starting to do it on a normal basis or daily basis, it becomes part of your whole persona. It becomes that new chemical in your body that your body can't live without. Like other things too, of course, but a lot of things are addictive. With alcohol, there seems to be like more of the number one addictor than cigarettes. Because I think there's a lot more people that have quit tobacco use in any form, and there's more people drinking than ever before. The uncertainty of the economy, inflation. If you're having problems with your own survival financially, some people take it to go to sleep. They take it to chill out. always hitting up a bottle. That's never the answer. It just makes things worse in the long run, physiologically and psychologically. I know you want to release those inhibitions, but some people don't know how to handle their alcohol. They make a fool of themselves when they go to a bar. They exhibit behavior that they would never exhibit before if they weren't drinking. Some people get awfully obnoxious when they drink. That's why I don't get into that shit, man. One little problem there is enough, you know. I don't need to take to alcohol. And the only place you're going to find alcohol on me is from a hand sanitizer. That's it. No need for that. One crutch is enough, you know, and I don't need to pile other things on top of another thing. Get my point. But I've seen changes with people on here, left and right. They tried things out by going to another country thinking they could get away from themselves. No names have to be mentioned here. You can just figure it out on your own. They leave the protective comfort of their home in America, go to a Southeast Asian country, and it just doesn't work out for them. They really meant to get away from their country and start a new life and perhaps find a woman that would actually take an interest in them, but then that didn't happen. Of course, the excuse is, well, this was just a vacation. I wasn't planning to stay in Southeast Asia. How many times have we heard that? Great points, huh, IKEA? Yeah. But you know damn well that was not the case, you know. Great points, just like you. So that's why you just can't believe everything you see or hear on YouTube, because everybody's got they got an agenda, okay? Went to Pinto. What? You speaking cryptic here. You went to Pinto, find your life. I'm not getting it. I'm not following you. Well, a lot of people do go, and I did too, to a certain point. I mean, I left the United States to kind of so-called find my life, as you put it, or renew my life, something new, something different, a whole different culture. Although Hawaii was also not as radical as the Philippines, but Hawaii was a whole new culture for me too. Now, you would have to lived in Hawaii like I did, not just visit. I lived there for many, many years to understand that you were indeed in another culture in Hawaii. Might have been part of the United States, but it was a different culture, man. You either fit in or you didn't, or you wanted to accept the culture, you didn't. Like anywhere else you'll go. It's like being in another country when you're in Hawaii. I didn't see any difference, really. Attitudes are different than what you might be used to in mainland America. Guam. Yeah, but Guam, being a U.S. territory, has its advantages like hospitals you can go to and use your Medicare, but it's not a cheap place to live. I remember when I had a stopover, a layover in Guam, I was talking to some people in line that actually lived in Guam. And they said, no, rents are high, food is high in Guam. Remember, the connotation, whatever, or relationship of being, a U.S. territory. No, it's not a cheap place to live. And they got a lot of hurricanes there. But it's not a cheap place to live. That's not an alternative for anybody. It's not terribly far away, but it's not an alternative. No, it's not like the U.S., except it is expensive, though. And I spoke to people who actually lived there when we had that layover. And there's really not a whole lot of shit going on in Guam. It's only so big, the island, you know. Very poor island. And I don't know, you got a mixture of people living there, and I haven't figured it out yet. People in Guam, I don't know, there's just I don't know, there's like a mesh of cultures there. And I haven't been able to decipher what exactly is a language there, what exactly is the main culture. Guamese, I don't know what you call them. I don't know a lot about it. You've been to Guam many times for work. Oh, okay. Did you find anything good about Guam? It's nothing but a vacation island for Asian countries. Yeah, kind of a stopover, you know. Like, not a place that you'd want to live, but you wouldn't mind vacation, because I guess they do have some nice beaches there. No, I mean, I've been to Guam, but I never got to explore it. It was nighttime, and we had a layover. Anyway, you were able to go outside and out of the airport. I took advantage of that, talking to a few people out there, too. It was nighttime. I couldn't see anything but the airport, the parking lot, and so I have no idea what Guam looks like other than what I've seen on videos and stuff. It's nothing but vacation. Chamorro, called Chamorro. Chamorros are local. So they actually have a native culture there. I've heard there's a mix of all kinds of people. There's Filipinos there. There's might be other type of Polynesian cultures there. A mixture. Chamorro. Yeah, I've never heard of that. No, I don't think it's a place I'd ever want to live. I know I'm sure they got shopping centers there and shit like that, you know, but it's the same thing, you know. If anything comes from mainland America, the same as Hawaii, it's like Hawaii. And they're going to import stuff to the island, and anything that comes from mainland America, there's going to be surcharges and all that shit for importing and all that crap. Even though it is a U.S. territory, it's still an island, and it's not on the mainland America. Koreans and Japanese and Chinese can go there without visas. Oh, really? Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese. Yeah, see, my girlfriend couldn't even go there. She couldn't even go there. There's certain places that a Philippine passport will go to. There's a list besides some you mentioned, but it sucks. Nothing there worth going. That's what I heard. I mean, you know, it's tropical and all that shit. You know, got the palm trees, coconut palms, and all that stuff. You got beaches, but there's got to be more than that, you know. And what drives people to actually live in Guam? I met this guy was a security guy, and boy, he had the nicest uniform I've ever seen. It was a blue uniform, had his gold badge on, had his hat, almost like a pilot's hat. He was very proud of his job. A tall, seemed to be African American. I don't know what his makeup was, to be honest with you. Not necessarily African American. I'm not sure what he was. He looked like an African American to me, but he's very proud of his job. I talked to him for a little bit, and he seems to love Guam. That's his home, and he, you know, he seemed really proud of his job, and he was a really friendly guy that would greet people and talk to them, and a very nice demeanor, very nice attitude, you know, good to talk to. Was very happy to be where he is. The Kmart, let's see. I'm missing all the comments here. IKEA, okay, Big Birch is back, says IKEA. How's the Kmart? The Kmart, LOL. Kmart, only Kmart is in the United States. Any good? Blue light specials. Been there many times also. So they have a Kmart there, and that's the biggest store on the island. Oh man, it's not worth the vacation there. No, I've heard enough about Guam. Kmart suck, by the way. Walmart's a lot better than Kmart. When I lived in Seattle, they had the Kmarts there too, but I've always went to Walmart. I think it was a lot better store and what they sold. I think there was more items in Kmart than there was there. In Kmart didn't have, as much as Walmart did. I didn't like the atmosphere at Kmart. There's a lot of them that shut down through the years too. There was actually one in Hawaii on the Kona side. It's been there a long time, and they shut down years ago. Much better beaches in the Philippines. Well, as I said, I've never been. My neck is stiff. I've never been to Guam except on an overstay. Well, technically, I've been in Guam. I've stepped on Guam land, so technically, I have been in Guam, but I never got to explore it. It was nighttime. Now, Philippines got some good beaches, no doubt. The air conditioner's awfully quiet. Is it even running?
Yeah, I don't know.
We were playing around with the damn remote, and I'm not even sure what we got the settings on. I don't have my glasses here. I'm not feeling any breeze from it like I was.
Also,
Something you don't feel it either? Yeah, well, let's take a look at that. Well, anyway, I just started off talking about how some channels have gone through some changes out there, and I just happened to notice on Overstay Road, he's gone through a lot of changes. Nothing real ill to say about the guy. He seems like an okay guy and all that stuff. I just never understood his living situations, and I don't know, his whole MO, the king and all that stuff. And he was a lot bigger time years ago when he was on YouTube than he is now. It's like a completely different channel. But, people go through changes, I guess. But it's just a notation, that's all. Or an observation. I don't understand why he leaves home, and maybe she don't have a passport or something, his wife, to take her along. I don't know. So he goes on these long vacations, like in, I guess it's Thailand, right? Yeah. He says he don't know when he'll be back. Maybe for Christmas. Maybe for Christmas? Well, okay, there is one thing that does, I gotta hit something here. There is one thing that does bother me. I gotta say. He has an autistic kid. And instead of making trips and so forth, going to another country or whatever he does out there is his business in another country. But wouldn't you say, and tell me honestly, hit me hard with this, tell me honestly, don't you think that maybe he needs to get some professional help for his child to help him with his autism? Look, I'm a parent, even though maybe my daughter ain't in my life. It doesn't mean I've never been a parent. And if I've seen some kind of a problem going on, that you would think that he's a showman, huh? Oh, you would think that you want to come to your child's assistance when you think that something's going awry. That's what I was saying about this. Yeah, it is his life, IK. You're absolutely right about that. It is his life. But if you're going to put yourself and your life out on YouTube, like we all do, who have shows, obviously, you're putting a certain part of your life out there. And as such, people are going to make observations. And people will talk about their observations. That's all it is. That's all it is. And if you're going to go public on something, then people have the right to make observations. Of course, he has a specialist care. I certainly hope he does. I'd appreciate him a lot more if he does. Hold on. Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute. Sorry about that, guys. I had nature called, and it's just bad timing on here. I apologize for that. But I wanted to finish off by saying that no, I'm not making no conclusions about the guy. Actually, he seems like a very reasonably intelligent man. He's very eloquently spoken. He's done a few things in his life. And he's the kind of guy I think I could sit down for hours with. And he has enough intellect. I could actually sit there. It's not like sitting with Barry. The guy actually is, I think he's a pretty smart dude. So I don't think really bad to say about him. I just get curious about people sometimes when I know they've been on YouTube for a long time and I still haven't figured them out yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we better tell that to a lot of trolls. Families should be off limits. You're right. You're absolutely right on that. That's never held anybody back on here, though. I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's tough having a special needs child, and I have to give credit to anyone who has to raise a special needs child of some sort. It's not an easy deal. It comes with a lot of complications and emotions. I used to be good friends with Bobby, who was I don't know, what do you have to call him these days? You have to be careful what you call him, right? Let's say he was special needs. Okay. And people sometimes used to make fun of Bobby, but we were very close to the family. We used to go to the beach together. Bobby was pretty cool. Lived a full life with a job. He just basically worked at supermarkets, probably doing the carts and all that stuff. But he worked consistently. He pulled his own weight, despite some of his challenges, you know. Bowen needs to stop being a troll. Well, good luck with that, right? Good luck with that one. I'll wait till he gets back to America. Oh, if he ain't in jail again, he'll put on a show, and he'll be ranking on me all over again. That don't really matter. He's in fucking America. You know. They'll lose interest. It's not like he's in the Philippines and he's running around doing the normal crap debauchery and everything else he does when he's in the Philippines. People will be interested to see what's going on with his life there. They might hang in there for a while, but then it's just going to be the same old bummer again, you know. Nothing's going to change. He'll get in trouble in America again. Some things don't change, you know. But you know, you are right. And family is here's the thing about YouTube. You know, it's not that you're trying to hide your family, because they're part of your life. And they're your reason that you're out here. You know, you met a woman, girlfriend, marriage, whatever your situation is with her. She's part of your life. And their family, whether the children, mother, whatever it might be, becomes part of your life too. So it's kind of hard to do a show and just make believe I don't have a family out here. It's hard to do a show and just not make mention something of Gilda or some of her kids, because our everyday life revolves around each other and her children. So it's really hard not to make some kind of a mention. But it's unfortunate how people will take that and run with it. They start attacking your family. And yes, it is family. Don't have to be blood. And Barry never understood that. Hey, I got creatures of a different fucking, you know, species. They're called canines that live here too. I got 2 dogs. They're my family. They're not my blood. That's family. Barry doesn't understand the concept of family because he never had a family that stood behind him. He fucked them all over. He fucked everybody over. He does not have a concept of family. I do, and I always have. But again, blood is not necessarily thicker than water. If I found out, and there's probably a lot of you out there that found out the same thing, one way or the other. Someone in your family, somewhere in your family line, you were maybe not happy with some relative, your uncle, your aunt, I don't care who it is. But there's always somebody out there in the family that's not your favorite, or you've had trouble with, you just didn't get along with. Comes with the territory. No, I think all in all, my summary of Overstay Road. Yeah, I think he's a pretty intelligent guy, and I think he has a lot to say. I'm just talking about the changes on his show, and I'm just kind of wondering what changes are coming about him. Because as I said, I'm kind of a student of human nature by heart, and I've been on long enough to see them on long enough, and I've seen changes with some people and some things that just don't change with some people, need I have to say. All in all, I think he's a good guy. I think knows how to put a book together. He seems to have a lot of intellect. He can be quite entertaining. All in all, although I don't listen regularly to his show, and I haven't for a while, every now and then out of curiosity, what's he up to? Haven't heard anything from this guy, but then again, I don't think I have him on my subscribers list. I gotta manually kind of punch him in to go to his channel. I should just subscribe, really. Be a lot easier. I'll know when he does a show or something, He's okay. I'm just curious, that's all, I'm just curious. I don't understand. It's like, because, Breavis does this kind of shit, Breavis takes off, goes to another country like Thailand, which he just did. And, he leaves his girlfriend and baby and just kind of gallivants around without her. And God knows what he does. He just take a while to guess with him. It doesn't take much to figure it out. Do you really think he's being faithful to his girlfriend? I don't. That's my opinion. You have your own. But, when you got let's call her his wife, even though it's not his wife. His wife and child, they need him at home. Okay? And if you're going to keep a relationship lasting, she needs to know what you're doing. Unless there's like a mutual agreement that it's an open relationship, Does King Marcos have a harem? I don't know. You'll probably have to ask him. I don't know what he does on his trips, and it's quite frankly, I understand none of my business. I'm just talking about the mystery of it. Why do you take off? And, you say, well, I might be back for Christmas. I don't understand that. I really don't. But maybe we're not supposed to understand it, Maybe we're not supposed to understand anybody on YouTube. Look at it as entertainment purposes, and that's it, And what people do, they're going to do whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not. That's just the way it is on YouTube. He shows off 2 wives. I know when he did that. I'm not even going to go into that. I don't know, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds familiar? No names mentioned. I don't know what that was all about. Some people have open relationships. You may not think very highly of what they do, but then again, it is their personal business. There's always a reason for that. There's always a reason why people do anything. There's always a story behind that. The untold story. The Hollywood true story behind that. Jim is more entertaining. Oh, he is. Oh, you gotta listen to Jim. Come on. Even though that's kind of giving support to his channel. It's another freak show going on. He's replacing Barry. He's the new go-to when you want to hear a whole bunch of crap, lies, bullshit. Studied nutrition or went to college for it, or he sparred with Randy Couture. It just goes on and on and on. All the mistruths and plain out lies that he's told. And that's why I guess people tune in. Like with Barry, it was the same thing. And Fazio and people of that nature. You tuned in because these people were fucking zany, man. And it was a fucking freak show for free. You didn't have to pay anything except your own internet to get on and listen to the shows. But yeah, they were something to listen to. Yeah, a lot of them are losers, of course, but that's what makes them interesting. If they was just a straightforward person, too honest like me, there's just not enough drama on my channel to get people that interested. Sure, we talk about other people on YouTube, but like I said, it's not shit I make up. It's what I see, what I hear, what you have seen, what you have heard, blah, blah, blah. That's the point. You know it's true because you heard it. Well, excuse me, let's back up on that statement. Not everything you hear is true, but if you have witnessed a person on camera, voice and all, say something and it's been recorded or it's been seen by everybody, well, you could probably say that, yeah, if you had to talk about something that they did, it now becomes more factual. Big Bird says, what's your thoughts on the DTI Philippines saying, who's the DTI? Saying a family of 5 can make do with 500 pesos of Christmas dinner Christmas dinner news. News? What do you mean news? Saying a family of 5 can make do with 500 pesos Christmas dinner. Well, that's according to what you're going to be eating, I guess. I don't. If you're just going to eat a bunch of vegetables or something and fruits, I mean, you could save money by doing that, by not buying no meats or anything. But to have a really nice dinner for Christmas or something, no, I need a lot more than that. I mean, I don't plan these holiday dinners. We didn't even have a formal Thanksgiving dinner. Not that we couldn't afford it, for God's sakes, but just that it's not traditional in this country. And I grew out of that Thanksgiving tradition here in the Philippines because it's really not part of their culture, although they're catching on to it because their association with foreigners, people from America. Of course, America, that's where it all started, but, as far as, Thanksgiving. But Christmas is universal, and I don't practice, Christmas, which is a celebration of Christ. It's more of a family tradition that I'm upholding, whether I'm religious or not. I mean, that's the difference. And I don't plan out what my Christmas dinner is going to be. I don't know what I'm eating tomorrow. If I don't defrost something, then, geez, I had nothing defrosted except I bought some ground beef, and my dinner was, which is a fairly healthy dinner anyway, was kidney beans mixed in with some ground beef. That's all I had in there. A little bit of black pepper, a little tiny bit of butter. The fiber, the beans, the protein, and the fiber. The meat was kind of fairly lean. I didn't put a lot of meat in there just to get the flavor of meat. So I had a lot of protein from the beans and the meat, and fiber from the beans on top of that. So, oh no, I don't really like cranberries. Traditionally, there's always cans. It never was fresh cranberries. I grew up, there was always cranberry sauce in a can. A big gel-like thing would slide out of the can. And I never really found it to be that tasty. Although cranberries are good for you, but I'm not a big fan of cranberry. Now, I will drink medicinal purposes. I will very rarely that I buy it. I will buy cranberry juice if it helps with a urine situation. For example, if you had some urinary tract infection, some people feel, or some medical people feel that the cranberry juice can help with light bacteria, as it might apply to a UTI. It's not 100% proof or nothing, but it would actually help. No, cranberry juice or cranberry cocktail or whatever. Very rare did I buy it, but I have bought it many times. I sometimes, you see my tea in the morning. Now, I'm not saying that that's a delicious cup of tea. And you see all the shit I put in there, right? It's not for taste. It's more medicinal. And I do put some really interesting ingredients, and they're well researched, what I put in my tea. The green tea itself is a big advantage for many, many reasons. It's even good for your teeth to prevent cavities, believe it or not, or actually plaque. Okay, it's an antioxidant, which has many properties, why it's good for you. And then everything else that I add in there is also very beneficial. Doesn't get better than this. I don't know if that means good or bad. Mark Kelly says, a classic Feet on the desk. There you go. My Philippines Interest Fireside Chat in session. There you go. You're right. Somebody has to have something interesting to say on here. We'd all go fucking crazy. Let's just face the reality. If you have an interest in living in the Philippines, change the title, by the way, if you've seen this. Philippines and more, something like that, right? If you have an interest in being in the Philippines, you want to live here, or if you are living here, okay, I think it's imperative to talk certain things about the Philippines, but there's a limit. You got to expand yourself a little bit more. Get philosophical if you have to. Try not to be one of the too many people on here that are entirely redundant because they don't know what the fuck to talk about. I try to expand my show, expand my horizons on what I talk about. It could be anything from Trump to philosophy to science to mystery, geography, whatever floats my boat. That's what I belch out. Deeper than the average vlogger, Visible Friend says, deeper than the average vlogger. Mark Catley rebuts Zone. It doesn't get better than this. Big Bird says, news is saying another big storm next week, LPA tropical. I haven't heard that. I mean, would it surprise me? No. But I guess I have been looking at the Philippines area of responsibility. I love saying that. Never heard that phrase before, except the Philippines. Well, the area of responsibility, anyway. It is the Philippines. Because here's the thing, I would bore myself to death. And I tell you what, I've taken off some of my shows. Sometimes you wonder why. I always want to put it on private anyway, because I'm not, monetization is not an interest for me. But besides that, I usually say what I have to say. And it's recorded anyway, so I don't know why I have to keep it on. But I'll say what I feel I need to say, and no bars, held. I just say what I need to say. And you can either agree with me or disagree with me, and you have that right to do so. But I can't do boring topics. It's not that I never have, but I try to incorporate there's always a little bit of redundancy somewhere in there, but not to the degree that you hear on an average on YouTube. It's so different. It's just so absolutely different. With all the variety, this is the only channel one could ever need, to be honest. To be honest. Yeah, but I'm sporadic in my desire to be on YouTube and my desire not to be. I'm all over the planet with that. Obviously, you know that. And the biggest feat of magic I've ever done was to get off here for about 3 months, and that was pretty incredible for me. It's really getting to that point. And then you want to consider all the crap that's going on. I don't need any more trouble. I don't need all the negativity that goes on YouTube. You can find negativity outside of YouTube, and you don't need to compound it by going on social media, where everything on there seemingly is so goddamn negative. Because I've been on for a long time. Because I've been on and I've been off. Once or twice I was taken off. Another time I had 13,000 subs, and whether people bought some for me or not, I didn't spend the money out of my pocket. Nevertheless, I did have 13,000 subs. And I've had 1,000 videos at one time, at least 1,100 videos. I'm not shitting you. I don't even have half that stuff or more anymore, because I used to have them on an SD card, and it corroded or something. I lost a lot of shit, man, let me tell you. And because I made mistakes, such as wanting to put my channel on hide mode, where I hit the wrong button, which deleted all my videos. And we're talking about a lot of videos. Worst mistake or best mistake, I don't know that I've ever made. If you had always had the same channel until now, you'd be at 1 million subs, in my opinion, probably more. You might be right. I am the original My Philippines Interest. That's who I am. Copycat channels try to copy it, but they'll never be My Philippines Interest.
And like I might change it right back to that again. I've done that many times. There's only one my Philippines interest. People have tried to duplicate it, but not to any success. There's only one. You can make claim, call it your own, but you know better than that. Mark, yes, I agree, Mr. Beast. I don't have that kind of enthusiasm, to be honest with you, to want to build up my channel. Oh, I don't know, maybe if I was an invalid or something. Maybe if I was an invalid or something, you know, you want to do that with your time if you were an invalid.
Cold and I get.
Kind of cold?
Yeah.
Oh, we should put the fan on. We don't need this damn thing on. It's not like it's really hot out. We're just so used to having this air conditioner. You gotta hit twice on this thing. And just run the fan, that's all. You must be tired.
Of course I am.
Oh my gosh. She had to go through a grueling wedding and reception. Oh my God. That's why I didn't go. Visible friend says, but you can talk about any subject with knowledge and expertise. Few can do that. Hey, I suppose. You can name any character on here that's been on here a long time. There's no comparison at all. There is none. It's just that it's also getting old for me too, and I'm getting old too. Combination of factors. There's not enough positive energy on here. It's just a lot of negative energy with people that maybe not have achieved what you have done with your life and your goals and so forth, and being happy in your little niche of life, you know. And there's a lot of people that don't achieve that. Ginger, enough. Stop. A lot of people haven't achieved that. And I guess they're really bothered by that when they see somebody else that says, I'm going to do this, and he does it. And I think you know what I mean by that. Somebody's in jail where he belongs. I said I was going to do it. He's still in jail. Be a lot of money coming your way. If you, I can't devote. I've adopted to a lot of Frank's wellness advice and not afraid to admit it, unlike others. See, Popeye? There you go. There's people that listen to me out there. And as I had a big laugh on John Blaze when his wife actually told him to drive me to the supermarket because she watches my shows. She hears what I have to say. Remember, John Blaze is very opposed to me. And his own wife, and he admitted he's the one that said it, wanted to go to the grocery store and buy some green tea and powdered turmeric. Yeah. I don't make this shit up, man. That's when I knew people were listening. And like I said, I don't claim to be an expert in practically anything, really. But I could read, and I could learn like anybody else. Even a doctor has to read a few books or research something to get the knowledge he needs for his profession. I don't need a degree for that. Just like you don't really need a degree, which I have, for my photography, but yeah, it's real. Pop, I don't like to hear that, though. He'll say, "You never been to college." And he'll say, "Well, yeah, he's been to college, but he got a GPA of this or that." You know, he always has something to say. Which is it? I've been to college, Popeye, or I haven't been to college? What did you decide? I even showed a copy of the damn degree. I did not... Forget it. Just forget it, you know. Just forget it, you know. Thousands of secret followers. People will follow you. They just need someone to speak for them. Speak to them or no, speak for them. I'm not their mentor. I'm not trying to be somebody's mentor on here. I'm a retired dude that moved to Southeast Asia who finds it extraordinarily boring out here, okay? Like many foreigners who come here that retire will find out. You know, after they've done this and done that, they've already done it. And you're basically
in retirement mode. Doesn't mean you're giving up on life. I don't do that. I'm trying to preserve my own life. But you become set in your ways, in good ways. I enjoy being with my partner 24/7, don't bother me at all. She's my rock. She's a lot of things. I'd be lost without her. Well, if a situation had to come up, I had to be separated from her, I'd still be okay. There's always ways to communicate in a worst scenario situation. Just like I did when I got stuck in Hawaii for about 13 months because of the COVID. Stayed in touch. It was all good. You know, seen the dogs on camera, how they were doing, the kids, everything else. I mean, you know, it was doable. You know, it was doable. We were all behind Gilda. Some of you say that. Too many people on here follow the cattle, I'm afraid. Yeah, I've been saying that all along. Nah, Gilda's a good woman, man. They don't like the idea that I got a great woman. Hey, I don't mind saying it over and over again to the day I die. Some people don't want to hear it, but that's too bad. Too bad, too sad. She is a great woman. I'm very fortunate again for the 1,000th time. 1,000 more, and 1,000 more. I'm a lucky man. Ooh, what a lucky man he is. Oh, what a lucky man he is. Anyway, I gotta get off here anyway. Pure envy, you're right. Look, let me explain something to you guys. Get it straight. Just get it out. Get it straight. If I was that disturbed, no matter what they've done with me, or tried to do with me, I would have been off YouTube a long time ago. If I was afraid of any of these people, okay, if they were hurting my feelings, think about the logistics of this actually over the years. And I would have been off YouTube years ago. But guess what? I'm still here, and that speaks volumes. Devote your years to bringing the truth to the... I don't have to bring... Well, I mean, my show is about the truth, but not everybody wants to hear the truth. See, that's what the problem is. They don't want to understand about themselves, because a lot of them resent themselves and what they do, but it's part of who they are. They can't stop being who they are. Talking about the bad, of course. I don't tell people what to do with their lives. I can come on here and I can make suggestions about certain things that maybe I'm familiar with and be very honest about it. I could definitely say that, hey, dude, you know, if you keep up with this obesity, you're facing so many problems, which I have over and over again. I can't see people wasting their life like that, because obesity creates so many problems that go together. It becomes a domino effect with other metabolic problems with different organs in the body. Then you drink on top of that obesity. Then what you eat in your diet, what you drink, and the alcohol and everything else. Yeah. They're like a stick of dynamite on a Conestoga wagon. It's like a ton of dynamite on a Conestoga wagon going off the rocky countryside. They're taking a chance. It's like a bouncing Betty, old expression for, what is it, IED? You don't know it's there. In fact, before I get ahead of myself here, I will. I seen something with the Viet Cong and what they did with their enemies and Americans. They were clever people, man. They were really clever. They knew how to make traps. Everything from sharpening sticks to impale people in a pit, and you know what those are, to landmines, booby traps. They were very clever people. And the Americans and the Allies in the Vietnam War, which we're talking about here, They had a real hard time with the Viet Cong. I told you I watch a lot of stuff. I was watching this today. They were scary people, man. And they used to torture. They never usually let them, the Viet Cong didn't usually let an American or ally live. They torture them before they kill them. They did some pretty gruesome shit. But then again, this thing went on for 10 years, man. What was it, 10 years or 20 years? What was it? This skirmish was like fucking, was it 10 or 20 years? It's a long time, man. Like you would do a Popeye Christmas. Yeah. Honestly, the obese among us are here. Need to appreciate your concern. I mean, I'm not like this big humanitarian, okay? I'm not this big humanitarian by far. Humanity actually sucks. I'm not afraid to say it or talk about it. The world as it is right now is the suckiest world. With the suckiest fucking people. Look at the idiots in Walmart. I mean, does that tell you something? How people react to situations? By people going into your fucking personal business, doing simulcast shows about you, no lives of their own. It's pathetic. At best, it's pathetic. Totally fucking pathetic. And yeah, what they want to do with their diet, I'm just here to make a suggestion, that's all. I mean, I don't even like half of these people. But I do it as it's just like a broad spectrum antibiotic. I try to get all the bacteria to listen and learn. I call them bacteria out here because it's all they are is bacteria. I'm their antibiotic. I'm their triple strength antibiotic. They could listen to me and they could learn, or they could throw it out the window. Throw the baby out with the bathwater, whatever. I don't care either way. But I will say what I have to say on my show. If you could learn from it, hey, I contributed to somebody's life some way, even if I didn't like them. I don't have to do that. You know I don't have to do that. But I still do it. Because there's always some good people out there that listen to me. Besides the idiots and the morons. And the lifeless wonders. The desperados. The keyboard warriors, the trolls. The so-called high roaders that don't do anything good for anybody. Unless it's self-centered or benefits them in some way. I know all the personalities out there. I've been on here long enough to know all the personalities out here. Most of them. I came to my own conclusion a long time ago. You're beating your head against a wall if you think you're going to get through to these trolls. It's not going to happen. Save yourself the trouble. You can talk about them, but if you're trying to reform them, I'm not trying to reform anybody, okay? You're not going to reform these people. They're too far gone to reform. Okay? They're too gone. It's like Barry and people like that. You could tell him stuff and tell him stuff, he just doesn't absorb what you say. He just goes right back to doing the stupidest things in the world that gets him into the stupidest situations. Because they're what they call ignorant. It's ignorance. It don't matter. You could yell at them all night long if you think that's going to do something. You can turn blue in the face, get into an argument with somebody here on YouTube. It's not going to make one goddamn difference at all. None. You're fighting with yourself. So find the humor in it, which is one thing you can do. Consider the source where all these insults and allegations and so forth are coming from. And once you consider the source, you're okay with yourself. Because you expect that kind of behavior from those people. So you understand it right away. My feelings don't get hurt on it. Even when they talk about my girlfriend, my feelings don't get hurt. I think it's wrong when they talk about in that respect, that how they talk about your family members, which is common practice on here. Doesn't mean that you don't get upset, ever. I do. But what am I going to do about it, really? In Barry's situation, I was able to do something about that. There's a couple of other situations that are on hold right now. Doesn't mean I gave up on anything. It's just that certain things are on reserve. They're in a holding pattern. I don't forget anything anybody's ever said to me on here. I don't forget anything that everybody's ever said about my partner or her family. I don't forget anything at all. My memory is just sharp when it comes to these kind of unnecessary insults. And Gilda's never done anything to anybody. She don't deserve that kind of shit. Even Roberto threatened her life. I mean, she has people threaten her life. She don't deserve that. You got a problem with me, take it up with me. Don't be a fucking coward.